The first qualifier is on the track. Fast track conditions 27 degrees Celsius. Number one, feeling dangerous, Brody McPhee. The Landman. Number two. Now the three, Malefic, Paul Angel. Four, Elm Grove, Villain Brady Sweet. Big Time Bobby the five, Jason Hughes. Bluestone Apollo 6, Kenny Murphy. Blue Pharaoh 7, Adam Murder. 7 2-year-old Pacers. Getting a little used to the starting gate as they line up in the first of 3 qualifiers. Feeling Dangerous, the Landman, now with Joe Burial. Malefic, Elm Grove Villain, Big Time Bobby, Bluestone Apollo, and Blue Pharaoh. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, and from the far outside, Blue Pharaoh leaving out between horses Elm Grove Villain and At the Rail. Feeling Dangerous will guard the cones. Coming up fourth in between the horses is Big Time Bobby. Fifth At the Rail is the Landman, then the sixth one, Malefic, and the early trailer, Bluestone Apollo. Along the backstretch, all with pylon positions. Now the leader is Elm Grove Villain in line to Brady Sweet. Tucked away second, that's Feeling Dangerous. Dropped in to be third was Blue Pharaoh. Racing from fourth as they go by the quarter, Big Time Bobby, and they open it up in 31 and 4. The Landman is fifth, and it's Malefic in sixth, and the trailer seventh, Bluestone Apollo. On by the 3/8 pole they go, and up front on the lead, Elm Grove Villain is the fraction setter with a 2-length advantage on Feeling Dangerous second, and he's slow. Race now closed right up in second. Third, that's Blue Pharaoh on the move, and the outside fourth, there's Malefic underway. Big Time Bobby fifth, the Landman sixth, the trailer seventh, Bluestone Apollo, the half mile in 103 and 2, over to the 5/8 next, and that is Elm Grove Villain, but picking them off here on the outside, Malefic and Langell. They strike the lead as they go to 3/4. Second is Elm Grove Villain. Third and edged out is Feeling Dangerous. Racing from fourth, that is Blue Pharaoh. Back into fifth is Big Time Bobby. The Landman on the outside sixth, and Bluestone Apollo seventh. 3/4 in 1:33 and 2. 30 seconds flat in the third. Malefic, eighth of a mile out and clear on the lead. Fancy stepping it on the run now. That is Elm Grove Villain. On to take over second, Feeling Dangerous, and Blue Pharaoh on the outside third. But it's Malefic, and he wins going away here for Paul Angel. Feeling Dangerous second, and Blue Pharaoh third. 2-0, 2 and 3. Now the results of the first qualifier, Feeling Dangerous was second, the Landman fourth. Malefic was the winner. Elm Grove Villain sixth, Big Time Bobby fifth. Bluestone Apollo was seventh, and Blue Pharaoh third. They went 31 and 4, 103 and 2, 133 and 2, and the mile 202 and 3. In review, 241, 6573. Second qualifiers on the track. One Rosie all over in qualifying driver Carson Wilkie. Usurper 2, Mike Peters. Sheila's Brush 3, Jill Barrio. Ready for prime time 4, Kenny Murphy. 5, Nolan's Magic Sway, Paul Angel. Cabot Tower 6, Adam Murner. Second qualifier lining up. Rosie all over Usurper, Sheila's Brush. Ready for prime time. Nolan's Magic Sway and Cabot Tower. Top of the stretch. Off and pacing, Sheila's Brush from the middle leaving out. Rosie all over at the rail, joining them from the outside. Cabot Tower is third. Usurper rounding the turn fourth. Then in fifth, ready for prime time, and the trailer Nolan's Magic Sway. On the backstretch and the free-legged pacer, Cabot Tower and Adam Murner clear the lead. Second, that is Sheila's Brush. Then racing third, Rosie all over. Usurper. Fourth at the rail, he's followed then by Ready for Prime Time fifth, and Nolan's Magic Sway sixth. 29 and 3, the opening quarter. Now as they round that top turn and Widening the lead at the 3/8, that's Cabot Tower in control. Second, Sheila's Brush. Back into third is Rosie All Over. Usurper coming out of the turn fourth. Fifth is Ready for Prime Time, and Nolan's Magic Sway sixth. They're at the midway point in the second qualifier, and Cabot Tower has the field halfway home. Tracking along second, Sheila's Brush into the turn of Rosie All Over third, the half in 60 seconds flat. Usurper has fourth, and in fifth, Ready for Prime Time, Nolan's Magic Sway sixth. No movement, and they're going to three quarters next. Cabot Tower by two on Sheila's Brush. Gapping in third is Rosie All Over. Usurper fourth. Moving out fifth to Ready for Prime Time. Nolan's Magic Sway is sixth. Three quarters in the books. Cabot Tower continuing to lead late by two. Sheila's Brush second. Ready for Prime Time has moved into third. The three quarters went in 1:30 and two, and they're turning for home. Cabot Tower is the leader on Sheila's Brush. Ready for Prime Time is coming on late on the outside third. Usurper fourth. Coming to the wire next. Cabot Tower trying to hang on. Ready for Prime Time. Cabot Tower at the inside will hang on from Ritter. We're ready for Prime Time second. Sheila's Brush third. 2 minutes, 4/5. Now the rundown from the second qualifier. Rosie All Over fifth. Usurper was sixth. Sheila's Brush third. Ready for Prime Time second. Nolan's Magic Sway fourth. Cabot Tower the winner. 29 and 3, 1 minute. 1:30 and 2 in the mile, 2 minutes and 4/5. In review, it's 5:63, 2:41. Third qualifier on the track, Redland Lolly 1, Brody McPhee. Outrageous Swagger 2, Brady Sweet. Redland J3, Paul Langell. Hamac Galway 4, Adam Renner. I'll Impress You, the 5, Kenny Murphy. Zendaya's Fancy Pants, a 6, Miles Heffernan Jr. The inside five are all 2-year-olds with a 3-year-old on the outside. And they are Redland Lolly, Outrageous Swagger, Redland Jade, How Mag Galway, I'll Impress You, and Zendaya's Fancy Pants. Top of the stretch. Approaching the start. Off and pacing, I'll Impress You is leaving out. At the rail second, that is Redland Lolly. Then the third one to make their way around that first turn towards that inside is Outrageous Swagger. Fourth on the outside is a Redland Jade. Into fifth, that is Hamac Galway, and the trailer, Zendaya's Fancy Pants. And on the lead going to the opening quarter, I'll Impress You for Kenny Murphy. Has a 5-length advantage early. All alone second is Redland Lolly, and back into third, Outrageous Swagger. Fourth, that is Redland Jade, racing from fifth. Down along the inside, Hamac Galway, and the trailer six, Zendaya's Fancy Pants. 30 and 4 was the opening quarter. I'll Impress You, the leader, but the lead's down to just a couple. Closed up second is Redland Lolly. Then racing from third, Outrageous Swagger. Back into fourth, Redland Jade. Fifth and going to the outside, Hamac Galway. And trailing the fields, Zendaya's Fancy Pants. At the midway point, I'll Impress You in 102 and 1. Second, Redland Lolly. Then racing third, Outrageous Swagger. Fourth, Redland Jade. Hamac Galway fifth. Zendaya's Fancy Pants is sixth. Well scattered as they go to three quarters next. Led there by I'll Impress You. Second is Redland Lolly. Continuing third, Outrageous Swagger. Fourth, that's a Redland Jade. Fifth, on the inside, Hamac Galway. And on the outside, Zendaya's Fancy Pants. The three quarters went in 1:32 and 2 as they round the turn of the final time. And it's all I'll Impress You here. Loose on the lead, turning for home. Redland Lolly is second, Outrageous Swagger third, Redland Jade fourth, Zendaya's Fancy Pants fifth, Hamac Galway sixth. On the wire, I'll Impress You all the way for Kenny Murphy. Second, that'll go to Redland Lolly, and Outrageous Swagger third, 2 minutes and 4/5. Now the results of the third qualifier, Redland Lolly second, Outrageous Swagger third, Redland Jade fourth, Hamac Galway sixth. I'll Impress You, the winner, Zendaya's Fancy Pants fifth. 30 and 4, 102 and 1, 132 and 2, and the mile was 2 minutes and 4/5. In review, 234,615. Tom. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this Saturday evening card. 14 dashes on tap with a little rain there just for a few minutes, but I think it's just going to keep the dust down. Doesn't look like too much. So I think we are under a fast track conditions here this evening for this 14 dash card. In race 11, we got the PEI Cold Stake Graduate Series Gold Division. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron calling all of the action. In that 11th race, we got Brookdale Johnny on the rail, Fill My Beer from post 2, Paul's Crown from post 3, Malevolent from post 4, One Wicked Man from post 5, Marigo Magic from post 6, and Malignity rounds out the talented field of 7 there in that 11th race. Purse $8,500, and then the feature comes up in the 13th. Preferred one Pacers with Better Than Spring, House Edge Hanover, Brigus, Get Wings, Nothing But Finesse, Arbitrage Hanover, and B2B rounds out that field. So it's going to be an excellent night of racing. But before we get to the action, we got to get to the program and equipment changes. And for those, we'll go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 20 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 27 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 1, the Sun and Moon will add a Burr head pole on the inside. Number 6, Saltwater Captain, adding a Tony Morgan spreader inside. Next change, go to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 5, Friar Voltaire, will go from a blind bridle to an open bridle. Number 6, Mark It Up, will go from a blind bridle to blinkers, and the hobbles are extended from 60 to 61 inches. That will wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The pari-mutuel wickets are open and selling. Race 1 post time set for 5 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. 14 dashes on tap tonight. And tonight we kick off the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. And this year we have our three returning competitors. We have Garnet Barnsdale, Melissa Keith, and we have our defending champion, Ken Workington. And I'm pleased to be joined by the Hall of Famer, Ken Workington. We're going to bring him in now for a little interview and get some inside thoughts about his strategies and just to catch up with him. It was great to see him here just a couple weeks ago. So welcome, Ken. Great to have you back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Almost feels like I'm back there on the island. That was a quick pre-trip. Of course, as you know, I'll be joining you and the great broadcast team there and Red Shores, all the great people there for Old Home Week. So we're certainly looking forward to that as things start to cook and to ramp up for that big week, and of course the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Yeah, and speaking of cooking, we all know the heat right now is a major story. It's hot here, definitely hot down where you are in New Jersey. I understand the races were canceled last night at the Meadowlands. You got the big card tonight with the Meadowlands Pace, Elimination, and all the other great races tonight. What are things like for weather? Is it a go tonight?
It's a go, and of course it's always in the interest of safety for the horses and the participants. It's been just brutal here the last couple of days, and we did have a big storm late last night. It almost blew me off I thought it was a tornado. It almost pulled me right off the deck as I was trying to enjoy some of the rain and cooler weather. But it's been about 100, 105 real field temperature. Right now it's about just under 90 degrees, and it's going to cool off. But we may have a weather disruption later tonight with some storms in the forecast.
Yeah, we just had some rain here to kind of sprinkle the track, so I don't think it'll be a huge factor going into tonight's races. Hopefully just a sprinkle and it'll clear out. But let's get down to brass tacks here, Ken, why you're here tonight and the All-Star Handicapping defending champion. You not only won it last year, you ran up the score. As I like to say, you ran off the screen with the win last year. So give us some tips on what you kind of do to get ready for a race and how you handicap it.
Well, there's a difference between handicapping on a nightly basis and playing a contest. So I'm playing a contest, so it's a different sort of style. You need wins. You need winners. You need to pile it up and get points. And I kind of learned that the hard way with the contest we had here, the Masterminds, when Dave Little, he ran away with it 2 years in a row, but he was just playing chalk the whole time. And we got kind of mad at him. You know, he would bet all his entire bankroll on a 1-to-5 shot and win the contest. But style points for me, I don't care about style points. I care about wins, and I care about piling up points. And let me tell you something, going into this first leg tonight, I am not that confident. I spent a long time on this card, and you've got some 9-horse fields, some extremely competitive fields. I like to call them head scratchers or pari-mutuel puzzlers, and certainly some of these races had me puzzled. So I could go either way. It's one of those things where you get caught in the switches. I might have a 1-4 and it comes in 4-1, and so on and so forth. But I guess that's why they call me and Peter McPhee the Box Brothers.
Well, you're familiar with the horses and drivers here. Do you think that gives you an advantage?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, actually, that should be my first point. Following the races, there's some idle nights here where I'll just turn on Red Shores and watch some of the races and check out some of the results as well. And I've been there. I know the drivers that win, of course, your Mark Campbells, etc., and Earl Watts, the trainers that win all the races. So you got to get those high percentages working in your favor to win.
Yeah, and with this competition, like you mentioned, it's not style points. It's okay to pick favorites, and you're usually, I've worked with you a lot, you're usually hunting down some value, and so the strategy for this, so you kind of got to go into it a little differently than you would a normal race.
Yeah, but it's, again, tonight's card, I hate to repeat, but, it's a fantastic card. And there are a lot of races where you got horses dropping down. Will they wake up? Well, as Dave Brower, the late Dave Brower used to say, the late Hall of Famer, he used to say, you must guess. And I picked a lot of horses that have post 6, for instance. You know, the half-mile track, as you know, speed rules, the inside posts rule. And, you know, it's tough to go against the inside horses. Like you've got a one race example here where Mark Campbell took the rail horse and he's 12-1 on the morning line, leaving bruises. And that's a wide open race. That is a really tough one where I picked the 7, Mock Art in Motion. So there are a lot of examples tonight where I could sink or I could swim.
Yeah, and the 5th race, our first Super High 5 of the night, it is a wide open event. Just for an example, race classifier Gerard Smith, he's done such an incredible job with tonight's card, and he does it every night. But tonight's card, I agree with you. There is a lot of puzzlers, head scratchers, wide open events. You really could go inside or outside, but you are the defending champion. So how confident are you can go back to back?
Not really, but we'll see. We'll see how things map out the first week. You know, it's not a sprint; it's a marathon. It's 4 weeks. It's 4 Saturday cards, and the Saturday cards are the best, and they are the most competitive and the most challenging for a handicapper. And you know, we're just going to try our best and see what happens.
Yeah. So good luck tonight. Before I let you go, though, the Meadowlands Pace elimination coming up tonight at the Meadowlands. Who do you like in that race?
Well, the ball is in Brandon Boulevard's court, of course. He's the other of the top 3, the big 3 odds on Mr. Mambo, and of course Bojangles are not in this year. So it's Brandon Boulevard, Dexter Dunn, post 3 in the limb. You only have to finish 7th, but they entered him because you get to pick your post if you win between 1 and 6. So you don't want to get saddled with a tough post in the final, even on the mile track. But a couple of interesting Chris Ryder trainees, Bookie J and Obliterate, who supplemented to get in. He's got post 8 in there. Tons of speed. Gentlemen's Club won last week here. Fastest 3-year-old so far this year, 147 and 4. He's got the Thunder from Down Under back in the bike. That's Andrew McCarthy. So that's shaping up as a great race. And all the stars are here tonight. The top horses like Irvin, Hanover, and so on and so forth. And get this, in the last race tonight, the Perfect Sting, speaking of Hall of Famer Chris Ryder, of course, the Hall of Fame dinner tomorrow night. I'll be going to that in Goshen. He's got Mickey and Minnie and Twinbee Joe Fresh, former Horse of the Year. And combined, these 2 mares have earned almost $5 million. That is astounding. That's going to be a great race. The Perfect Sting, race 11. And then we have fireworks after race 11.
Oh, that should be
Post
great.
time 7 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. July 4th down there. So happy July 4th to you and everyone down there in the U.S. And as you mentioned, Chris Ryder with Twinbee Joe Fresh. Like, it's one thing to have one good mare like that, but for him to come right back and have Mickey and Minnie, just incredible. He's such a great trainer. He's had so many good horses over the years. And like you said, so fortunate over the last few years to have those 2 mares.
A well-deserved Hall of Famer. Great trainer.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got Gold Cup and Saucers 67 coming up in a couple of months, and you're going to be back with us. How excited are you for that?
Pretty excited, as usual. You know, don't tell Lee Drake this, but I always book the trip before he tells me it's okay to book it. I always, you know, as soon as I see a good bargain on the flight, I take it, you know, because you know, with the high gas prices here and so on this year, with the economy being the way it was, or it is, maybe not so much now, as the gas prices have come down, the price of flights have been, you know, exorbitant. And the same with hotels. Hotels have gone up as well. So just the general cost of living. But there's no place I'd rather be than my home away from home. That's beautiful Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island.
Well, we're looking forward to having you back, Ken. So thanks for doing this tonight.
My pleasure. Good luck. Have a great night.
All right. Thanks. You too. All right. That's Ken Workington, Hall of Famer. He's taking part in our All-Star Handicapping Challenge along with Garnet Burnsdale and Melissa Keith. So we'll be tracking along to see how they do for tonight's racing action. I'll take a break and I'll be back in just a moment with another video with Nick Oakes and Lee Drake. Okay, so let's take a look at that video now. The PEI Standardbred Breeders Association is busy with some new initiatives for 2026. Red Shores Racing Manager Lee Drake chatted with Chair Nick Oakes on a new name, the Foal Contest, and some special guests visiting PEI. So let's go to the interview now.
So Race Day Live continues here, and joining me is Nick Oakes, who's the chair of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association. Nick, welcome to Race Day.
Thanks for having me, Lee.
So we have a fun little contest underway now, and your association has it going. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so the PI Standardbred Breeders Association has a Name the Foal contest. We've been running it for a couple weeks now. The first horse was one that I bred. It was a fine diamond filly out of Fleury. We're running it off our association Facebook page, PI Standardbred Breeders Association on our Facebook. So the winner of that was Marty Lanya from Illinois, and the filly is going to be called Dunsan Jewel. My 8-year-old son Noah, he decided the name on that one. Then we ran through one that was a U.S. captain out of Tageurs. It's bred by Jamie and Janice Whalen. Great breeders, great people. Jamie is actually the vice chair of the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association, and that one's a sister to Always in Full Force, just set the track record at Northside Downs. And that was the winning name for that one was picked by Sharon Carver of PEI. And now we have a third one, and it's from Ocean View Farms, Bill and Scott Rollison. And so the name has to be 18 characters or less. So Ocean View's 9 letters, then a space for 10. So this needs to be an 8-letter word. And we just want to get as many entries as we can. We've had a couple hundred for the other ones. And people can enter on the PI Standardbred Breeders Association Facebook page.
I look forward to it. I know Red Shore's happy to provide the prizing for it. You have some pretty high-profile guests coming here at the end of the month. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we have Jesse Ballore from Princeton Farms in Ontario, and Pat Woods. He's farm manager of Winback Canada. They're coming for a week the end of July, and we're going to do a few different things when they're here. It's fantastic to have them here, two of the most knowledgeable people in the business in this country. So they're going to come July 27th. We're having a seminar that night at the Farm Center in Charlottetown at 7 p.m. Dr. Martha Mellish, Jesse, and Pat are all going to speak at that night. And we'd like to have a packed house. Any breeder on PEI, anyone that's interested in standardbred racing in any way, is more than welcome to show up to that. And then after that, the boys are going to stay for another, I think, 5 days, and we're going to do farm visits across PEI. And anyone that wants Jesse and Pat to come see them, we're going to go tip to tip right across the island. Going to talk about yearling prep, stallion selection, broodmare selection, pasture management, just best practices for equine health, we'd like to get as many people signed up as we can. Anyone at all that wants them to come, they just need to reach out to the great staff we have at the Industry Association, Julie Jameson and Zach Conway, at PE Racing at eastlink.ca, and yeah, it's I think we're going to do Eastern PEI on Tuesday, Central PEI Wednesday and Thursday. And we're going to go up west on the Friday, and then any stragglers on Saturday morning.
Okay, very good. And 2 great initiatives from your association. Thanks very much for sharing.
Yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for the support from Red Shores we receive on both of these. It's fantastic.
Our pleasure. So Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown.
Okay, there's a look at the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam for race 1, just 5 minutes to post. Great to hear from Nick Oakes, chair of the PI Standardbred Breeders Association and his initiatives, along with Lee Drake there. We got the All-Star Handicap and Challenge kicking off tonight. There's a look at the picks. Mel Keith going with a 3.97. Garnet Burnsdale 9.43. Ken Workington 9.31. Matching strides with me there at 9.31 in the opener.
The first race pacers and their drivers have entered the track on the Reds Post Parade. Number 1, the Sun and Moon. Joey Pino of Rustico owns, trains, and drives. Shadows in the Night, number 2, Kenny Arsenault, training and driving for owners Peter and Don Smith and Gerald Morrissey. Dirt Track 83, owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Stratford, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. Alomar, number 4, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, Adam Murner, trains and drives. Five, Louis the Lip Spin Excuse. 6, a Saltwater Captain, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGuirk, and Rick Adams. Trained by David Myers, Paul Langell driving. Bet on Evil 7, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Trained by Mike McGuigan, Joe Barria. Do or Die, number 8, is owned by Billy McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay, Brady Sweet. Shanghai Whiskey 9, owned and trained by Wade Myers of Charlottetown, Mark Campbell. 3 minutes to post time. Welcome to Race Day Live from Charlottetown, PEI. Kurt Hughes is at the HBI broadcast desk in the top of the park with the start of the Isle Pick 5.
Okay, Saturday evening opener. They're on track. Down to a minute to go here before the opener. As Vance mentioned, we got the Isle Pick 5 kicking off here in race number 1. Guaranteed pool of $2,000. Low 15% takeout. We also have the early daily double. Exactor, triactor, superfecta wagering. And we have the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25. We also have win place and show. And for win, let's take a crack at Shanghai Whiskey. A winner from the rail last time out, 56-4. Closing quarter in 28-1. It was his first win of his 3-year-old campaign. Good-looking son of Shanghai Phil. Mark Campbell was in the seat on that day. In the seat again for owner, breeder, and trainer Wade Myers. Going to have to do it from the hind tier here tonight. Sometimes that can be tough for a young horse to trail out, especially with the Sun and Moon on the rail. It doesn't look like it has a lot of gate speed, and so we'll see what Mark decides to do, what horse he decides to follow out. But if the Sun and Moon, Shadows in the Night, Dirt Track Eddie, one of those are able to get off the gate well, that gives this guy a really good chance at winning. But if they get away back and it puts Campbell and Shanghai Whiskey at the back of the pack, his path to victory will be a little tougher. So it all depends on that early first turn into the turn. See how the inside horses get away, and that'll tell the tale how Shanghai Whiskey will get along from the hind tier. But I do like him, and he is 1-9. And there's the 3, Dirt Track Eddie. Corey McPherson driving, 4, trainer Jamie Smith. 5 Guys Horses and Lies is the owner breeder, and this one's coming in off a 4th and 57-4 for McPherson. A good third for Langell. 2 starts back, 57-3. Shows some good gate speed early in the mile. He's been in the 2-hole or 3-hole the last 3 starts. Has an inside track here tonight, so he should be forwardly placed. As I mentioned, the 1 and 2, not a ton of early speed, so if Corey's aggressive, he could get spotted up close in here. Dirt Track Eddie, 9-2. And there is the Sun and Moon, 10-1 on the morning line. Shows some speed, 59-4, third by a length last time out. Came first up, made that break, caught back on, kept going, and again was just back a length at the finish. Shows a good second at 57-2 down there on May 24th in Summerside Atlantic Sire Stake B division. So this 3-year-old by Bet the Moon has a lot of talent, a lot of speed when he puts it together. Joey Pino is the owner, trainer, and driver, and they got rail control at long odds, 31-1. First race starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
The Sun and Moon, Shadows in the Night, Dirt Track Eddie, Alomar, Louis the Lip, Saltwater Captain, Bet on Evil, and Do or Die in the Frontier. In back the trailer, Shanghai Whiskey. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and racing, all but the 4. Aldomar's on the run, getting out into the turn, and the Sun and Moon at the rail. Shadows in the Night between horses, and Dirt Track Eddie joining them 3 wide here in the early going. Racing into 4th, that's Shanghai Whiskey. Now in 5th is Louis the Lip. 6th is Saltwater Captain. 7th, that's Bet on Evil. In 8th, it's Alomar. And trailing 9th, that's Do or Die. We got movement here. Here comes the 1-9 Chalk and Campbell. Shanghai Whiskey picking them off just like that to take over the lead. Now in 2nd is Dirt Track Eddie. Back into 3rd, Shadows in the Night. 4th, the Sun and Moon. They went 28-1 to open this one up. Down the stretch for the first time towards the half mile. Now led by Shanghai Whiskey and Campbell. Dirt Track Eddie is 2nd, Shadows in the Night 3rd, the Sun and Moon 4th. 5th is Louis the Lip. Saltwater Captain 6th. 7th, that's a Bet on Evil. 8th, Do or Die. And off stride in the backfield, that's Alomar. On to the turn they go off of 57-1 opening half mile, rolling right along in tonight's opener, led by Shanghai Whiskey. 2nd, Dirt Track Eddie. Moving 3rd, Louis the Lip. 4th, Shadows in the Night. Saltwater Captain picks up 5th to the outside. The Sun and Moon at the rail 6th. Bet on Evil 7th. Do or Die is 8th. And in the backfield, Alomar. 3/4 in 127-2. And Shanghai Whiskey has said good night to his rivals in the first race. 2nd, Dirt Track Eddie. Shadows in the Night coming out of the turn 3rd. In the home stretch, and it's all Shanghai Whiskey in line to Mark Campbell to open it up. The Sun and Moon found room late for the deuce. 3rd, that'll go to Dirt Track Eddie. And the time for the mile in 1:56:30.
Well, he was much the best on paper. The only thing was, the question going in was, where was he going to get away early in this one? The inside horses did leave out well enough for him to get spotted up in the top 4, and I knew Campbell wouldn't wait long after that. He pulled on the right line, scooted right to the front, 28-1, 57-1, 127-2. Shanghai Whiskey's full of swagger right now off that big win last time out. He goes back-to-back. This time, 156-3. Lowers his personal best by a 1/5 of a second. Shanghai Whiskey and Campbell, they win the opener, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results at the bottom of the screen when you're looking at our center field board, those are correct. And the ones that are just left of the fractions of the first race, they're from one of our off-track racing facilities. Shanghai Whiskey arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's first race. Pacing bound colt, he's 3 by Shanghai Phil off the Western Ideal Dam, Julep Hanover. He's owned, trained, and also the breeder, Wade Myers of Charlottetown. Mark Campbell gives them back-to-back wins and another new record, 156-3. Shanghai Whiskey in the Saturday night opener at Charlottetown.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Here's the official results from tonight's first race. The Sun and Moon second, Shadows in the Night fifth, Dirt Track Eddie third. Alomar did not finish. Louis the Lip fourth, Saltwater Captain sixth, Bet on Evil was eighth. Do or Die finished seventh. Shanghai Whiskey the race winner, 28-1, 57-1, 127-2, and the mile 156-3. From the top, your program reads 253. Did not finish 46, 871. Shanghai Whiskey paid 210. The exactor 1470, triactor 3250, and the superfecta 2073.
Red Shores is pleased to offer HPI rewards for PEI customers. Players can now wager on Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers and sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HBI rewards program for PEI. We are race 2 coming up next, 6 away from post time. Horses are making their way out of the paddock. Post parade is next, but there's a quick look at the picks for the upcoming second race. Mel Keith going 4-1-5, 1-4-2 for Garnet Barnsdale. Ken Workington 1-4-5 along with me at 1-4-5. And Garnet and Ken, they are tied for the lead after one leg of the competition. They both have 5 points. Mel Keith 1 point after the opening leg.
Maiden Pacers on the second race post parade. Pondle Bay Andrew 1 is on B. and Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee driving. Sugar Cube number 2, owned by Lucy Seymour, Randy Price, and Diane Crossman of New Brunswick. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Number 3, Vince, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown. Von Doyle trains and drives. The Potion is Motion, the 4, owned by Milton Young, Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murner. Trouble is Here, number 5, owned by Mary Jean and Zach Noy, Kristen Phillips, and Krista Dunsford, trained by Jay Noy. Zach Noy drives. Daddy Boy 6 is owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville. Miles Heffernan Jr. is the trainer driver. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores would like to welcome back Melissa Keith, Garnet Barnsdale, and Ken Workington for the 2026 All-Star Handicapping Challenge.
Yeah, great to have them back, Vance. And we got a tie after the opening leg. They both had Shanghai Whiskey, Ken and Garnet, in that opening leg. So they got 5 points each. Mel Keith there. She has 1 point after the opening leg in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Okay, race 2 starters are on track. There's a look at Brody McPhee. He's on board with the 1 here. Pondle Bay Andrew, a 2-year-old colt by Art Speak. Ian Smith, owner and breeder. Tom Weatherby, training. That was a pretty good debut effort there. He had post 3, got away 3 early, made that move to the front. Ended up second to a dandy in Woodmere Rocket there. 57-2. Was his race time, 29-1 closer. He had a good 2-year-old baby race as well. He was a good second there, 201-3. Closed it out 28-1 again, second to Woodmere Rocket. Woodmere Rocket just looks like the one to beat this year. He was dominant in his baby race and then in his debut. But Pondle Bay Andrew looked very well himself. And so the 2-year-old colt by Art Speak. Art Speak doesn't throw a lot of size, but they do have a good motor, and they're usually an average build. And this guy looks like an average size colt, but he's got lots of go. And so with rail advantage here tonight, I have to think he is the one to beat. Currently 4-5 on the board. I could see Brody being fairly aggressive with him off that big effort last time out. There's the 4. The Potion is Motion. Adam Murner going to do the driving for trainer Nick Oakes. Had a good second from off the pace in the qualifier there. 2 minutes, 2/5. Murner was in the seat. 29-1 closer. And so off that big trip in the qualifier, this 4-year-old by control of the moment. Bit of a late bloomer, but that qualifier looked good, so we'll put him in there for the deuce. It doesn't look like he has a ton of early speed, but he can sure finish. And so I think he can rally in there for second. 6-5. And for third, we'll throw in Trouble Is Here. Zach Noy, he's going to drive for Jay Noy. Mary Jean and Zach Noy share ownership along with Kristen Phillips and Krista Dunsford, 3-year-old filly by Zara Seelster. Had a nice qualifier there in 2:01 and 3. Closed it out in 29 and 4. And so looking for Trouble Is Here. Just get away mid-pack and hopefully have a little bit on the end of it there to grab the show dough. So I'm at 1-4-5 here in race 2. The 5, 17-1. Still time to get a ticket here on race number 2. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta wagering. Also have the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25. Field of 6. If you're playing the Exactor, 2-5 on the 1 Pownell Bay Andrew. Looks like the one to beat. 8-5. The Potion is Motion from post 4. Looks like a pretty good Exactor. 11-1 on Sugar Cube. Vince, 16-1. 14-1 on my play for third. Trouble Is Here and Daddy Boy, the most experienced of this group on the outside for Heffernan at long odds, 24-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for tonight's second race. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Pownell Bay Andrew, Sugar Cube, Vince. The Potion is Motion. Trouble Is Here. Daddy Boy, a half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate. Someone's going to get a maiden record out of the second. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Daddy Boy from the outside. Pownell Bay Andrew along the rail. Third one to the turn. The Potion is Motion away in fourth. That Sugar Cube now in fifth. Trouble Is Here. And the trailer at the rail is Vince as they arrive at the opening eight. Daddy Boy and Miles Heffernan Jr. out in front, and it will be short-lived. Here is Pownell Bay Andrew for Brody McPhee, about to take over top spot. Now second is Daddy Boy racing from third. The Potion is Motion. Fourth, that's Sugar Cube. Back into fifth, Trouble Is Here. And the trailer, that's Vince. 30 seconds flat was the front quarter. Midway round the top turn for the first time. Pownell Bay Andrew now in control as the 1-9 chalk. Second is Daddy Boy racing from third. The Potion is Motion. Up with the leaders in fourth. That's Sugar Cube. Well, back into fifth is Trouble Is Here, followed by the trailer, and that is Vince. Halfway home, and they're led by Pownell Bay Andrew. Daddy Boy goes second. The Potion is Motion third. Sugar Cube has fourth. Fifth, Trouble Is Here. Vince is sixth. 59 and 2 was the half. 3/8 of a mile to go. The leader, Pownell Bay Andrew. Daddy Boy 2 off of him is second. In third, the Potion is Motion. That Sugar Cube going in fourth. Fifth along the inside, Trouble is here, and on the outside, Vince the trailer. They're strung out with less than a quarter of a mile to go. And the 2-year-old Arch Peak Colt, Ponnell Bay Andrew, all alone in here. Daddy Boy second, coming third. The Potion is Motion fourth. That's Sugar Cube, and they're turning for home. Ponnell Bay Andrew absolutely toying with his rivals in here. The Potion is Motion up second. Sugar Cube coming third. Ponnell Bay Andrew all alone for Brody McPhee. Second, the Potion is Motion. Sugar Cube rallied up third. 157-4.
Well, this colt was much the best on paper, and he was much the best on the track here tonight. Great effort from the one Ponnell Bay Andrew and Brody McPhee. They had rail control, and when you're much the best with rail control, you're going to put yourself right on the front end, and that's what they did here. Ponnell Bay Andrew and McPhee setting up shop on the top. 30, 59-2, 128-3. Closing quarter, 29-1. Nice mark here, 157-4 for Ponnell Bay Andrew as he gets his maiden breaking score on a front end mission for McPhee. He was under wraps at the wire, home and cooled again in 157-4. The 4, the Potion is Motion second, rallying up there for third. Sugar Cube, that was another solid option for third here in this race, and Kenny Arsenault able to move out at the top of the lane and get up there for the show dough. So it's 1-4-2 unofficially here in race 2, and we'll see Ponnell Bay Andrew back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle in just a moment.
Well, that's Andrew Ward accompanying Ponnell Bay Andrew to the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle from tonight's second race. Bay Pacing Colt 2, the son of Arch Peak, off the Sports Writer Dam, Equal Dignity, a homebred of Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee guiding him to victory, and a maiden record of 157-4. Ponnell Bay Andrew delivers in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Syntrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Syntrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now, the official results from the second race, Ponnell Bay Andrew was the race winner. Sugar Cube was third. Vince finished sixth. The Potion is Motion second. Trouble is Here fifth. Daddy Boy finished fourth. The fractions were 30, 59 and 2, 128 and 3, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, 136, 254. Ponnell Bay Andrew 210. Exactor 290, Triactor 720, Superfecta 294, the early daily double 280.
The Sapphire is a new signature event for open mares, proudly presented by title sponsor the Fox Group. The Sapphire will take place during Old Home Week on Monday, August 17th for a purse of $30,000. And to be eligible for the Sapphire, mares must make a minimum of 2 2026 starts in Atlantic Canada leading into the event in accordance with conditions for the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. As we take a look at our selections for race 3, Mel Keith going with a 317, Gardner Barnsdale 137, Ken Workington 761. I'm going with a 136 in the upcoming third race. Horses are making their way out of the paddock. Post parade is next.
Third race, entering the track on the Reds Post Parade, Red Eye to Shanghai, number 1, owned by Wade Myers and Jack Matheson of Charlottetown. Wade does the training, Adam Murner drives. Roll with the Warden 2, owned by Elmer Fallen and Tara Baird. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Rosie's Mighty Mo 3 is owned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. Melvin does the training, Gilles Barrio. Chacon 4 is owned by Walter Daigle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd. Colin Shepherd up. Woodmere Kobe 5, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Chromed Up 6, the owners are Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Brookdale Leighton, number 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langell drives at 5 minutes. 2 post time. The city of Charlottetown is proud to present the 2026 Birthplace of Confederation events in memory of Wilma McClure.
There's a look at the All-Star Handicapping Challenge leaderboard after 2 races. Garnet Burnsdale and Ken Workington, they're tied at 10 points each. Mel Keith with 4 after 2. All right, race 3 starters, they're on track. We have Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta Wagering. And again, that Wild Horses tag, jackpot $25. Red Eye to Shanghai, going to be tough to beat him off that big win. Last time out, they had Rail Control again tonight. Could be looking for a carbon copy effort from Red Eye to Shanghai. Wade Myers and Jack Matheson, they share ownership on this 4-year-old by Shanghai Phil. Wade's the trainer. And again, Murner in the seat again this week. 54-4 last time out, 28-2 closer. It was his first win of the year, and it was a new speed badge for him as well. So Red Eye to Shanghai, looking to go back to back at 6-5. Rosie's Mighty Mo looks like a good option for a second. Take a look at that closing quarter last time out, 27-4, a mile 155 flat. He had that big win, 4 starts back, 55-3, closing quarter, 28-2. He got a good trip up close to the action that week. He got away in the 3-hole, made that move late in the mile. Could see him getting spotted close again this week from this inside draw from post 3. Gilles Barrio in the seat for trainer Mel Gamester. Heather Gamester and Mel, they share ownership on this guy. And he does have a lot of talent and good closing speed. So if Barrio can get him away in the mid-pack, he could be very close at the finish. I got him in there for the deuce, and he is 3-1. There's the 6 chromed up. Mark Gallant, Craig Arsenault, they share ownership on this 4-year-old by Tobago Cays. Chris McKay batting .462 this year. Having a fantastic season. This one 3 for 5 in the top 3, in the top 2 actually. Still looking for that first win of the campaign. Coming in off a good 3rd place second last time out, 55-2. 28-3 closing quarter on that day. Corey McPherson was in the seat, moving out 5 spots though. Head the rail last time out, post 6 tonight. Going to make his path to victory a tough one. So we'll put him in there for the show spot. Chromed up, does have that good early speed. Doesn't show a lot of off the pace style performances on his card. He draws quite well, and even from post 7 last week, he was able to get up into the 3-hole and just draft along in that 3-hole. So we'll see what Campbell decides to do off the wings, but if he can get him spotted up close to the lead and just track along the inside, he could be right there at the finish. So chromed up, another good option if you're playing the try and super, even the exactor at 3-1. Okay, we're getting close here in race 3. Some other good options if you're playing the exotic wagers in this 3rd race. Chacon, getting a good look at that one, scoring out. Shows some good trips, 56-4. 3rd place, 4th there. 3 starts back. Made another break last time out in that A stake in Inverness. Still was just back 2 and change at the wire, finishing 4th. Closed in 28-1. Woodmere Kobe. I was expecting big things from this colt this year after that big year he had last year. Made almost 53,000. 7 of 8 in the top 3 last year. 2 for 3 in the top 3 this year. He had that big win, 2 starts back, 56-2. And that's what I was expecting to see, a more consistent basis from him. But off the qualifier, he's kind of had a bumpy beginning to his sophomore campaign. Woodmere Kobe, though, does have a ton of talent. So if the veteran Kenny Arsenault can get this guy figured out and get him back on the right track, he will still have a really great summer. And it looks like he is, because that win 2 back looked good. And then last time out in that Inverness A stake, he was a good third, just back a length and a quarter at the finish. So hopefully the wrinkles are behind him and Kenny has him ironed out and ready to roll here. So again, if you're playing the exactor try super in here, Woodmere Kobe at 9-1 is definitely a good option. Even Brookdale Layton on the outside, coming in off 3 straight victories. Tough spot for him, though, with a lot of talent to his left. Paul Langell doing the driving for Phil Sizer. Brookdale Layton, again, coming in riding that 3-race winning streak. He had a couple seconds prior to that and a win prior to that. So 4 wins in 2 seconds in his last 6 starts. His form's been excellent. We're getting ready to roll up in behind the gate. Good field of 7 here. Going to battle 5-year-olds younger. Winners of 3, not more than 5 races life. Always a great class to watch. And those starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Red Eye de Shanghai, Roll with the Warden, Rosie's Mighty Mo, Chicon. Woodmere Kobe chromed up. Brookdale Layton is outside. Third race, they're up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, Red Eye to Shanghai at the rail, coming from the outside is chromed up. Third one to the turn, Roll with the Warden. Then in 4th, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Chicon is 5th, Woodmere Kobe 6th, and Brookdale Layton 7th. Up the backstretch they go, chromed up. Makes the lead. In line to Mark Campbell. Second is Red Eye to Shanghai. And Murner says maybe given go time here in the front end. He's moved them up and after the lead as they race on by the quarter. Red Eye to Shanghai. Back to the point for Murner. And they open it up in a solid 28-1. Chromed up is second. Back into third, Roll with the Warden. 4th, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Then in 5th, Chicon. Woodmere Kobe is 6th. Trailing the field, Brookdale Layton. Towards the half mile they arrive next. And that's Red Eye to Shanghai, the post-time favorite, the leader. Chromed up is second. Tightening up in third. That's Roll with the Warden. Rosie's Mighty Mo is going to the outside 4th. Chicon at the rail 5th. Moving up 6th, Brookdale Layton. Now the trailer, Woodmere Kobe 57-2 was the half. Up the backstretch they're going to 3/4 next, led by Red Eye to Shanghai. On the outside, Rosie's Mighty Mo now second. Third up the rail, that's chromed up. Brookdale Layton getting into it late. 4th on the outside. Nowhere to go for Roll with the Warden 5th. Then in 6th from the outside, Woodmere Kobe. And at the rail, Chicon 127 flat. Down at 3/4, and they're homeward bound. Red Eye to Shanghai, the leader. Rosie's Mighty Mo on the outside second. Third up the rail, chromed up. On the wire next, here's Red Eye to Shanghai with Murner. Rosie's Mighty Mo was second, chromed up, held third. 155-1.
Okay, we got it ice cold here. Don't think it's going to pay too much, though. Three favorites here. The Red Eye to Shanghai does go back to back. A little give and go early. Chromed up. Talked about his early speed that he has. Campbell able to shoot out to the lead early and then wrestle him back and take that two-hole ride. 28-1 to the opening quarter for Red Eye to Shanghai, and Murner 57-2, 127. Throws the last quarter at them in 28-1. Red Eye to Shanghai goes back to back. Another impressive front end score for him as he goes back to back. The three raced really good. Rosie's Mighty Mo first up for Barrio, grabbing the deuce. And the six chromed up off that two-hole ride is going to hang on for the show dough. So 1-3-6 unofficially here in the third. We'll see Red Eye to Shanghai and Murner back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Well, it's another big night for Team Wade Myers. This horse's little brother won in the opener, and the big brother is back here in the third, and he's red-eyed to Shanghai, bay facing gelding 4 by Shanghai Phil off the Western Ideal Dam Julep Hanover. Wade Myers, Jack Matheson of Charlottetown share the ownership. Wade is the trainer and the breeder. Adam Murner in the sulky again tonight. Gets him back-to-back wins. This one in 155 and a 1/5. Red Eye to Shanghai in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the third. Red Eye to Shanghai, the winner. Roll with the Warden, fifth. Rosie's Mighty Mo was second. Shakan finished fourth. Woodmere Kobe was seventh. Chromed Up finished third. Brookdale Layton was sixth. The fractions of 28-1. 57-2. 127. And the mile 155-1. In review 152. 4736. Red Eye to Shanghai 240. Exactor $6, Triactor $15.90, and the super factor was $3.35.
Fort Knox is a member-exclusive free play jackpot at Red Shores Charlottetown Casino. From now until July 31st, play the slots with your Rewards Club card and you'll have a chance to win the free play jackpot. For more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. Okay, race 4 coming up next. Melkeith going 4-1-6 in here. Garnet Burnsdale 1-2-4 along with Ken Workington. I'm going 1-4-2. The one right now at 4-5 on the board. Woodmere Bullet with rail control for Corey McPherson. I like him on top. Again, Melkeith going with the 4. St. Charles, Fireball, and Hughes. We are 6 away from the 4th. They'll be out in the track in just a moment.
Woodmere Bullet on the 4th race post parade, home of the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith. Corey McPherson drives. Solid Silver 2, owned and trained by Stacy Darrow from Stratford. Adam Murner. Moonlight 3, home of the ICU stable of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 4, St. Charles Fireball, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Jason Hughes. Fire Voltaire 5, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Douglas Molyneux, and Basil Hunter. Basil does the training, driven tonight by Kenny Murphy. Market Up 6, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jeff does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. 7 is Moonrider, owned by Debbie Elliman of Barraquois, Quebec, trained by Keith Ford. Brady Sweet driving. Just Call Me Doc, number 8. The owners are Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Number 9, Power of 4. Owned, trained, and driven by Erwin Neal of Charlottetown. 4 minutes to post time. Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats went on sale Tuesday. Only a few seats remain. Tickets are $65 each and can be purchased at the East League Center box office.
Okay, just a quick update on the All-Star Handicap and Challenge. After 3 races, Garnet Burnsdale leading the way with 15 points. Ken Workington in second with 10 points. And Melissa Keith in third with 7 points. As we take a look at the race 4 starters on track, I'm going with the one in here, Woodmere Bullet, coming in off a big 4th and 55-4. 29 flat final panel. Had the rail. The last time he had the rail was 5 starts back, and he was a pocket-sitting winner by 2 and 58-2. That was at the non-winners of 3:01. Same class, basically. Here tonight, non-winners at 3:21 last 4. So with rail control, look for Corey to trip this one out. Trainer Jamie Smith and the stable Woodmere Bullet group. Looks like the one to beat. And currently on the board, It looks like that as well at 1-5. Jason Hughes on board the 4 here. St. Charles Fireball shows a good mark. Last time out, good race time. 56-4, 29-1. Head post 7 on that day at the 651 level. Got away 8 by 16. Ended up 6 by 11.5 at the wire. Good closer though, 29-1. Shows a good trip before that as well at the 651 level, 58 flat. And so showing pretty good miles, but the competition just a little too tough. So hopefully the class relief here tonight will give St. Charles Fireball a chance at hitting the board. Jason Hughes gets along well with him. Von Doyle trains. Darla J owns. St. Charles Fireball currently the second choice on the board. My second choice at 5-1. Solid silver. Been all around it here the last couple weeks on the front end. The last two, second, 2 back, 57-3, and the last time out cut the mile again. Finished third, 57-2. Closing quarter, 29-3. Adam Erner drives for trainer Stacy Dara. She's also the owner from Stratford. Again, this guy just a little camera shy. He's over the last 2 years. But he has a good post here tonight from post 2. You're getting some value due to that inability to get to the line first. But tonight, you never know. It could be his night. I think Adam Erner, if he drives aggressive again, gets him to the front. The last 2 starts, he's been over the half in 58 and change. If he's able to get to the lead here tonight and maybe back it down to a minute and let this guy rock and roll in the final quarter, maybe they could go the distance here tonight. That's the way I would drive him, though. If I had the chance, Merner coming in off a big night in Churro last night. So far tonight, off to a great start as well. Solid silver and Merner. If you like a value play in here, he's 9-1 on the board. Just looking at the board here, another good long shot play, possibly. Mark it up. Shows a good third there. 2 starts back at this level, 58-4 for Zach Mullins. And he was out quite a ways in that start. Jacob Sweet doing the driving for trainer Jeff Lilly. Jeff shares ownership with Blair McLaughlin and Mark Gallant. Good gate speed from this one. If you look down the lines, from post 5, got to the lead. Finished second, 58-3. So mark it up if Jacob busts off the wings and they get out to up near the front. You never know. Mark it up could light up the tote board here at long odds, 19-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for tonight's fourth race. Let's return for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Bullet, Solid Silver, Moonlight. St. Charles Fireball, Fire Voltaire, mark it up. Moon Rider, just call me Doc. In back the trailer, Power of 4. It's the 4th race. Now at the top of the stretch. Ready for start. Rough and pacing. Solid Silver got the first call. Coming after him on the outside, that's Fire Voltaire. Woodmere Bullet, third one around the turn. Racing from 4th, Power of 4. St. Charles Fireball is 5th. Then in 6th, Moonlight. Outside 7th, mark it up. 8th is Moonrider, followed by the 9th one. Just Call Me Doc. Straight alignment in the early going. Solid Silver for Adam Murner. Quarter pole leading. Up and Adam. Here comes the heavy favorite. Woodmere Bullet now about to take over top spot. In line to Corey McPherson off at 28 and 3/4. Solid Silver gave way for the 2-hole ride. Fire Voltaire third. Then in fourth, Power of Four. St. Charles Fireball coming out of the turn. Now fifth. Moonlight has six. Racing from seventh. Towards that inside is Mark It Up. Then in eighth, it's Moon Rider, and Just Call Me Doc is trailing ninth at the midway point, led by Woodmere Bullet. 56 and 3. Wow. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. Our bottom condition rolling right along at the 5/8 pole, led by Woodmere Bullet. Solid Silver, that 2-hole ride. Fire Voltaire third. Here comes St. Charles Fireball, picking up fourth on the outside. Power of Four at the rail fifth. Now in sixth. That's Mark It Up. Moonlight is seventh. Outside eighth, Just Call Me Doc, and trailing ninth. That is Moon Rider, the 3/4 up in 1:26 and 4 as they round the turn for the final time. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. Woodmere Bullet turning for home. Solid Silver has a shot at the leader. Fire Voltaire third. Power of Four fourth. Deep stretch now. And it is Woodmere Bullet in line to Corey McPherson. Solid Silver second. Fire Voltaire third. 1:56 and 1.
Well, this guy comes from a great family. Red Star Ashley the Dam produce Ashes to Ashes. He was a stakes champion here. If you go back further in the pedigree, we got Bulldog Hanover and company. And so Woodmere Bullet off that good fourth last time out. McPherson at this 321 level didn't wait long. Solid Silver. Once Murner tapped the brakes, McPherson pulled on that right line, scooted right to the front. 28-3. Kept on rocking and rolling second quarter and 28 flat. Half 56 and 3. 3/4 126 and 4. And he stops the clock tonight in 156 and 1. And that's a new pacing record for the 3-year-old son of Militias. Woodmere Bullet and McPherson win the fourth. And they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Here comes Woodmere Bullet to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the fourth race. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Militias. From the Ponderosa Dam, Red Star Ashley, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio. Bred by Jonathan Mundell of Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jamie Smith. Corey McPherson will guide him to his 5th lifetime victory. And it's a new pacing record of 156 and 1. Woodmere Bullet in the 4th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the official results from the fourth race: Woodmere Bullet, the race winner, Solid Silver second. Moonlight was ninth. St. Charles Fireball fifth. Fire Voltaire third. Mark It Up was seventh. Moonrider finished sixth. Just Call Me Doc was eighth. Power of Four finished fourth. 28 and 3. 56 and 3. 126 and 4. And the mile 156 and 1. In review, 129, 537, 684. Woodmere Bullet paid $240. The exactor $4. The triactor $30.60, and the superfecta $13.19.
Race 5. Mel Keith going 253. Garnet Barnsdale 231. Ken Workington going 231. 531 for me in the try here in race 5. We got the Vance Cam coming up after the parade.
Provincial Credit Union joining us on this night. That'll be a trackside presentation. They're on post parade. Impeccable Shadow 1, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. Big Pond Cash 2, owned by Matt and David Burke. Ryan and Everett McLeod, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murner. 3, Bentley, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Corey McPherson. 4, Manterio, owned by Jennifer Doyle, Max Webster Stable, and Melissa McCrae, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy. 5, Dusty Lane Levi, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell. Keisha's Treasure 6, owned by Blaze Rogers in the Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen. Ryan DeRoche. JK Last Chance number 7, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Elroy Shiner 8, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet drives. 4 minutes. 2 post time, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 on this Saturday night, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And Kurt, I've been up and down the page, down and up the page. This one here is well put together. I landed on the rail, an impeccable shadow. He's got a couple of starts under his belt here in 2026. They're both in 55 and change with good closing quarter. He should be up close to the lead in the early going, and I just picked him on a hunch off of the rail. I like the 5, Dusty Lane Levi for second. I went to the 3, Bentley, off of that last trip in 54 and 1 with a 27 1 closer. Then I went to the 7, JK Last Chance, and I closed it out with the 2, Big Pond Cash. 153, 7-2 from up here in the booth, but I think she's wide open, Kurt. Your choices.
Well, Vance, first, I got to congratulate you on your super high five the other night. I was watching along, and I was clapping for you. That was a great pick you had the other night, and so congrats to you on the super high five.
Well, thanks, Kurt, but it was a long time coming before any of us got one of them together, and I was quite proud of it, too.
Yeah, it's been a tough year for all of us. You're the first one to get one this year, so congrats. I'm going with the inside 5 horses. Just shuffled them up. I'm going 5, 3, 1, 2, 4. I like the 5 on top. Dusty Lane Levi. I really struggle like you did, Vance, with this field. I just think it's one of the toughest races on the card to handicap. And so I'm going to go with the 5 on top, Dusty Lane Levi. That mark of, or that mile of 54 last time out, 27 and 4 from post 7 at the 16:51 level, right where he is tonight. I thought that was just an incredible trip. Earl Watts, he's just having an incredible campaign, teaming up with Campbell, so we'll put them on top with the 3. Bentley, again, another one coming in off a big mile last time out, 54 and 1, 27 and 1 closer. Corey McPherson gets the call. He was in the seat last time out. I like the 1, Impeccable Shadow, like you, Vance. 55 and change his last 2 trips, coming in off those off that qualifier. And so this is his 3rd start back. Langell usually takes his time with them off the qualifier, and so the 3rd start back could be the time for this one. He started in the preferred 2, and then last time out, 2051 class, so he's dropping another level, so he does have a really good shot. I like Big Pond Cash for a piece, and I'm going to close it out with Manterio coming in off a big mile himself, closing quarter 27 flat. So I like a 5, 3, 1, 2, 4. There's a look at our super high 5 selections. We got Mel Keith, Garnet Burnsdale, and Ken Workington along with us here tonight, Vance. So a lot of different options for super high 5 players here if you're playing along with us. Good luck here in the 5th. Okay, through 4 races in that All-Star Handicap and Challenge. Garnet Burnsdale leading the way with 20 points. Ken Workington in second with 15 points. Mel Keith in third with 7 points. Again, after 4 legs, it's Garnet Burnsdale leading the way. He's 4 for 4, and that's good for 20 points so far in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Race 5, Provincial Credit Union Pace. Again, great to have them with us here tonight. They'll be trackside with the winner. I think the winner is going to be the 5, Dusty Lane Levi. 4 to 5 on the board. 5 to 1 on Impeccable Shadow. Vance likes this guy here tonight, and there's a good look at him. He is a good-looking son of Shadow Play. Shadow Play always throws a really nice-looking horse. He was an incredible-looking specimen himself. So Impeccable Shadow on the rail here for Langell. Again, 5 to 1, 14 to 1 on Big Pond Cash. Bentley, 8 to 5, taking some money in here. 17 to 1 on Manterio. You can never count him out. He was only beat 2 lengths at the finish last time out, and that was up in class. So he's dropping in class as well for Murphy and Doyle. Geisha's Treasure, long odds for him, 42, now 50 to 1. 9 to 1 on JK Last Chance. Coming in off a second by a neck and 54 flat. He's good gate speed as well, and so Kenny's aggressive. He could be in for a piece of this. Elroy Shiner coming in off the qualifier. Tough spot for him here tonight at long odds, 55 to 1. Race 5, the Provincial Credit Union Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. Super high 5 time here in Charlottetown, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion. So let's go up for the call to Vance Cameron.
Impeccable Shadow, Big Pond Cash, Bentley, Manterio, Dusty Lane, Levi, Geish's Treasure, J.K. Last to Chance, Elroy Shiner outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Up and facing Dusty Lane, Levi, Bentley, Impeccable Shadow leaving out. Big Pond Cash is also left in here. Then into the turn, 5th Manterio, going into 6, Geish's Treasure, 7, J.K. Last Chance, and Elroy Shiner 8. On the backstretch, Impeccable Shadow, the leader, right up and out on the outside. Here's Bentley and McPherson about to take over top spot. Second, Impeccable Shadow, now in third. That's Big Pond Cash, Dusty Lane, Levi. He settled up fourth. Now in fifth, that's Manterio. 6 up the rail, Geish's Treasure. J.K. Last Chance is 7th, followed by the trailer, Elroy Shiner, 28 seconds flat, the opening quarter. Bentley, the leader. Impeccable Shadow is second. Here comes Dusty Lane, Levi, rushing up now and going on to challenge the leader. 4th up the rail, Big Pond Cash, racing from 5th. That's Manterio, Geish's Treasure 6th. Then it's J.K. Last Chance and Elroy Shiner. New leader into the turn is Dusty Lane, Levi, and Mark Campbell, 56. 4 opening half mile down to 3/8 to go. It's Levi and Mark out in front, headed to 3/4 next. Bentley is second, Impeccable Shadow third. Manterio is there on the outside fourth. At the rail 5th is Big Pond Cash. 6th, that is Geish's Treasure. On the outside 7, J.K. Last Chance. Elroy Shiner the trailer 1:25 and 3, the 3/4 time. Rounding the turn they go with an 8th lap on the front end. Dusty Lane, Levi turning home. Bentley is second. Impeccable Shadow on the outside third. In between horses, Big Pond Cash on the wire next. Dusty Lane, Levi trying to hang on and will. Big Pond Cash, he's coming late in the photo along with Bentley and Impeccable Shadow. 1:54 flat.
With a 16th to go, my super high 5 was looking beautiful, but it fell apart in the last 16th. I did have the winner, though, Dusty Lane, Levi, and Campbell for Earl Watts. Earl Watts' season continuing to dominate here. He's back close to 500 as a trainer. Dusty Lane, Levi, and Campbell got away mid-pack because Bentley won at the front here tonight, and Impeccable Shadow wanted to push out and hold position, so they were too wide around the first turn. Dusty Lane, Levi, and Campbell took back again, sitting mid-pack. Bentley getting to the front, but Campbell didn't wait long. Power drive to the front at the half, 56 and 4, 3/4, 125 and 3. They stopped the clock in 154 flat. Big trip for Dusty Lane, Levi here in race 5, the Provincial Credit Union Pace. They're going to be trackside with the winner. I thought the two, Big Pond Cash and Murner, they almost got it here for Earl Watts. They get the exactor. Team Watts gets the exactor here with Adam Murner and Big Pond Cash shaking loose late. And they almost timed it perfectly, but though Dusty Lane Levi able to hold on. So we are unofficial here in this one, but Dusty Lane Levi with the win, 4-5 on the board. Big Pond Cash second, 28-1. Bentley third, Impeccable Shadow fourth, and J.K. Last Chance fifth. So it's 5-2-3-1-7 unofficially here in the fifth, and we'll see Dusty Lane Levi in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Dusty Lane Levi into the winner's circle here in the fifth. Bay pacing gelding 4, but lather up from the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Rock Be a Lady. Owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford. Bred by Ronnie Guys of Cornwall. Trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell, second winner for the double. The horse gets his 15th lifetime victory tonight. The mile in 154. Dusty Lane Levi in the Super High Five. Provincial Credit Union. Our guest tonight at the driving park with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the fifth race: Impeccable Shadow fourth, Big Pond Cash second, Bentley was third, Manterio finished sixth, Dusty Lane Levi the race winner, Geish's Treasure finished seventh, J.K. Last Chance fifth, Elroy Shiner was eighth, 28, 56 and 4, 125 and 3, and the mile 154. In review 423, 617. 5-8. Dusty Lane Levi paid $360. The exactor 54.20. Triactor 104.40. Super High Five 121.27.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 1st at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. There's a look at the show photo from race 5. Take a look at that win, though. The Earl Watts trainees side by side, just a head apart. But the 3 Bentley gets his nose on the line for the show prize there, with the 1 Impeccable Shadow on the outside finishing 4th. Race 6 up next. Malkeith going 4-1-3 in here. Garnet Barnsdale 1-2-3. 3-1-6 for Ken Workington. And I'm going with a 1-4-3 in the upcoming 6th.
sixth race set for the post parade. Number 1, Navalny's, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. Mapo O'Reilly 2 is owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, Corey McPherson. DJ Mustang 3, owned by Saul Lanigan, Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, and Brady Doyle, trained by Saul Lanigan, Mark Campbell. Captain Highliner 4, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, and Sean Smith of Milton, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Gilles Barrio. High Praise 5, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Brody McPhee. Pictonian I Am number 6, owned by Kenny Murphy of Harrington and Mark Land of Summerside, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes to post time. On behalf of the Red Shores team, happy birthday to Jennifer Evans. Jennifer will be celebrating on Monday. She's enjoying her night in the top of the park with Lee, Thane, and Sherry. We wish her all the best. Now a look at the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer presented by Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race. The Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 67th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
Flip, ball, breeze, cup and saucer, 52. Little black fucking Paul McKenzie win the Gold Cup and Saucer. Escape the news in Cup and Saucer 54.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
If you're looking for a little Sunday afternoon entertainment, the matinee, PEI matinee circuit, it goes to Kensington tomorrow afternoon with a 2 o'clock start time. Got harness racing. We've got the mini ponies, maybe even a corgi race. So that's 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you're looking for something to do on a Sunday afternoon, the PEI matinee program makes a stop in Kensington at 2 o'clock. And I'll tell you who will be in Kensington. Albert Hickox is going to be there after celebrating his birthday on this Saturday night here in Charlottetown. So it's happy birthday to Albert Hickox from all your friends here at Red Shores.
We got a couple other birthdays too, Vance. Brittany Watts just sent me a message. Her son Harrison turning 8 today. So happy birthday to you, Harrison. From all of us here at Red Shores, also want to give a happy birthday shout out to Joanne McCrae. Happy birthday to you as well. Hope you're having a great night here at Red Shores, enjoying the racing action. Race 6 starters are on track. Got an update for the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Garnet Barnsdale, he's scooting out to an early lead after 5 races. He's got 23 points. Ken Workington, 18 points. Mel Keith in third with 10 points as we take a look at my top play here in race 6. Navalny, I was going to give him another week there to just get himself into condition and ready to roll off that qualifier, but no, he was ready to go last time out. I thought he may need another start, especially off that tough trip he went in his first start back, but he was put on the front end last week. He has that great early speed, and Sweet used it to his advantage. And he went all the way, winning by a neck in 54 flat for trainer Jeff Holmes. Dale and Ronnie Rennie share ownership on this veteran, 8 years old, by control of the moment. So after being roughed up, he looked good on the front. And so with rail control here tonight, even though he's moving up in class, I could see him going right down the road again. So we'll put him on top at 2-1. Captain Highliner's got a good shot. Max Webster's stable. Sean Smith, they share ownership. Jen Doyle trains. Gilles Barrio, the Maritime Magic Man, in the seat. He's batting close to 400 as a driver this year. Pretty good numbers for him. 55-2 last time out for Sweet. 28-1 closer. Take a look at the trip prior to that. 54-1 with a 28-second final quarter. So this guy's been good. He rallied to finish second. 3 starts back, 57-1. That was on a sloppy track, and he was a winner. 5 back for Dave Dowling in 54-4. So Captain Highliner been racing at that non-winners at 24.51 in his last 3. Dips down 1 level here to non-winners at 20.51, and so he's got a real good shot. And he's leaving in a pretty good post here. From post 4, for a horse that likes to race from off the pace, you couldn't get a better post than post 4. It kind of puts you mid-pack, usually lets you either come first up, and it usually also could provide you with a good second over trip here. So hopefully you can either flush some cover or maybe just take a shot at them first up. But 7-5 is what you're getting on Captain Highliner here in race 6. Going to round out my triactor here with DJ Mustang. Mark Campbell in the seat for trainer Saul Lanigan. He shares ownership with Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, Brady Doyle. Off the qualifier, pretty good 4th, 55-1. He has good gate speed. He was second there, 27-4. So he's got a shot in here to round out my top 3. I'm at 1-4-3. Metro Home Building Center started gate in motion for the 6th. We'll go up for the call to Vance Cameron.
Navalny, Mappo O'Reilly, DJ Mustang, Captain Highliner. High Praise, Pictonian I Am, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing the inside trio leave out. DJ Mustang, Mappo O'Reilly, and Navalny into the turn. To get away 4th is Captain Highliner. 5th is High Praise, then Pictonian I Am. At the 8th pole, guarding the cones, Navalny in line to Brady Sweet on the lead. Tucked away 2nd is DJ Mustang, Mappo O'Reilly up into 3rd. 4th, that's Captain Highliner. Then in 5th, it's High Praise, and trailing the field, Pictonian I Am. They go by the first quarter. Navalny on the front end is the leader. Sitting up for Brady Sweet. Racing from second. Check it out, folks. Boom! Just like that. 26-4. Wow! Down the stretch they come for the first time towards the half mile. The fired up leader, Navalny. DJ Mustang is second. Mappo O'Reilly third. Tightening up 4th. Captain Highliner. 5th is High Praise. Trailing the field. Pictonian I Am. The halfway home time in 55-2. Navalny serious on the front end at the 5-8. DJ Mustang is second. Mappo O'Reilly continuing third. That's Captain Highliner 4th with High Praise. Pictonian I Am. No one, and I mean no one, can find a right line because they're rolling here at the 3/4 led by Navalny. DJ Mustang coming to the outside now. Mappo O'Reilly third. There goes Captain Highliner to the outside 4th. 3/4 tripped in 1:24-4. They're in the home stretch now. DJ Mustang takes over late. Navalny now second. Captain Highliner coming late third. On the wire, DJ Mustang and the Mark Campbell triple. Second, it might have been Navalny against the closing Captain Highliner. The mile time, 1:54 flat.
Yeah, no one can find a right line. All the lines behind Navalny look like wet spaghetti noodles. Everybody was chasing in this one off those hot fractions. 26-4 put up by Navalny. 55-2. Mark Campbell sitting in the 2 hole. drafting along 124 and 4, and he pulls pocket at the top of the stretch, and he's going to go right on by DJ Mustang, winning here, going right to his record 154 flat, picking up his 8th lifetime win, and he gets it done here in race 6. Pretty good class too. Now winners 2051 last 4, pretty good group, and he gets the measure of them here in deep stretch. DJ Mustang and Campbell win the 6th, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
DJ Mustang in the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 6th race. Pacing gelding 4, but better than Cheddar. From the Sportsmaster Dam, Kelly's Keepsake, owned by Saul Lanigan, Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, and Brady Doyle. Bred by the C1 AMG Stables of New Brunswick. Trained by Saul Lanigan. Mark Campbell's 3rd winner for the triple, right to his record 154. DJ Mustang in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the 6th race: Navalny 3rd, Mappo O'Reilly 4th, DJ Mustang the race winner. Captain Highliner was 2nd. High Praise finished 6th. Victonian I Am 5th. 26 and 4. 55 and 2, 124 and 4, and the mile 154. In review 341, 265. DJ Mustang 940 to win. Exactor 2640, Triactor 4230, and the Superfecta 733. Jackstone Phil on the 7th race post parade. Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owner, trainer, driver. Zendaya's Moonshine number 2, Willie McCabe in Albin, owns, trains, and drives. Captain Vespa G number 3, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. drives. Over When It's Over number 4, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes up. Yeah Boy John number 5, owned by Kendra Holroyd and Suzanne Ramsey, trained by Mark Bradley, Corey McPherson. Dunsand Sticks number 6, owned by Atlantic Harness Racing, and Noah Oakes of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Kenny Murphy. Eagle's Claw number 7, owned and trained by Carson Wilkie from Tarentum, Brody McPhee above the wheels. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on race number 7. 5 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center in tonight's first race. Shanghai Whiskey left from post 9 here, so he got away 4th early, but Campbell didn't wait long. He moved him to the front, 28-1. Half 57-1, 127-2. Stops the clock tonight. Shanghai Whiskey gets it done in 156-3, and that's a new record for the 3-year-old colt by Shanghai. Phil, nice try there. 32.50 for the 9-1-3 triactor. Over in race 2 was Pownell Bay Andrew, 2-year-old colt by Art Speak. He was much the best on the program, much the best on the track here tonight. He was an open length winner on the front end, right from the rail for Brody McPhee. 30, 59-2, 128-3. Stops the clock at 157-4 for the maiden breaking score. 142. It was a chalky one at 720. Over in race 3, Shanghai Whiskey won the first. Red Eye to Shanghai. Full brother wins the third. They did it last week and they did it again here tonight. Wade Myers having himself a time right now over the last couple of weeks. Red Eye to Shanghai on the rail last week. Got it done 54-4. On the rail again tonight. He gets it done in 55-1 off a half and 57-2. He looked good for Murner as they went back to back. 136 was the try, and it was good for 15.90. Over in race 4, Woodmere Bullet had rail control. Didn't wait long. Solid Silver out to the front. Corey McPherson quarter pulls to the lead, 28-3, half 56-3, 126-4. Kept on rocking and rolling right on the front end, right to the wire, 156-1. Woodmere Bullet gets it done, and he gets a new pacing record there in that 4th race. 125 try, it was good for 30-60. Over in race 5, it was super high 5 time. Provincial Credit Union pace as well. Dusty Lane Levi got away mid-pack. Bentley went to the front, 28, half 56-4. That's when Dusty Lane, Levi, and Campbell made their way to the lead, up 3/4, 125-3, and he hangs on for the narrow victory over his stablemate, Big Pond Cash, in 154 flat. Dusty Lane Levi wins the 5th. 5-2-3-1-7 was the 20-cent super high 5, and it was good for 121-27. And then over in race 6, Navalny put up the early fractions, 26-4. Big half, 55-2. 3/4, 124-4. The pocket setter DJ Mustang and Campbell, they vacate the 2-hole and get up for the win in the deep stretch in 154, right to his record. And that was Campbell's 3rd win of the night, and he gets it done with DJ Mustang. Good mark, 154. 3-4-1 try. It was 42-30, and that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. There's a look at the place photo from race 6. Captain Highliner Gilberto looks like he's highlining there at the finish. He gets the place spot in that 6th race. Last call for 50-50. Last call for 50-50 here in the top of the park. The pot is sitting at over 900 to the winner. So get in on the 50-50 draw here tonight at Red Shores. There's a look at the All-Star Handicapping Challenge leaderboard. Garner Burnsdale with a 1-point advantage. He's sitting at 24 points, 23 points for Ken Workington, and back in third is Mel Keith with 13 points. Maiden Pacers on track here for race 7. Gaston Phil on the rail, 6-5. He's got a really good shot. And Days Moonshine. Long odds 32-1, 18-1 on Captain Vespa G. Good gate speed. Heffernan will be leaving out, I would say, getting himself a spot up near the lead, probably on the front. Over when it's over, coming in off a good second. He was first up last time out, 2:02-1. He's got a good shot at hitting the top 3 here for Hughes. 10-1, 5-1 on Yeah Boy John and McPherson. 4-5 on Dunsand Sticks. He closed really well last time out from post 6. Got away 6 by 10. Rallied to finish second, 2:01, 28-4. Final panel for Kenny Murphy at 4-5. And Eagles Claw going on the Lasix program here tonight for Brody McPhee and trainer Carson Wilkie. Long odds 27-1. Seven Maiden Pacers. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Gaston Phil, Zendaya's Moonshine, Captain Vespa G. Over when it's over, Yeah Boy John, Dunsand Sticks. Eagles Claw on the outside. 7th race up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Oh, I've got Victoria up here, and she is the bride-to-be, and she's going to tie the knot in December. Half the bridal party's up here, the other half's down in the tarmac. Here's the 7th, post time. Up and pacing, Captain Vespa G, the first one out. Right alongside, that's Yeah Boy John. Gaston Phil at the rail, 3rd. Coming up 4th on the outside is Eagles Claw. Then it's Zendaya's Moonshine in 5th. Over when it's over, 6th. And Dunsand Sticks the trailer, the quarter pole bound. And here comes Yeah Boy John in line to Corey McPherson to take over the lead. Captain Vespa G now in 2nd. Gaston Phil there at the rail, 3rd. 4th is Eagles Claw. Zendaya's Moonshine in 5th. Over when it's over, 6th. Dunsand Sticks is 7th. 28-3 was the quarter. Midway round the top turn they go, and on the front end, Yeah Boy John. Now the fraction center, Captain Vespa G. Our race is 2nd. Gaston Phil coming out of the turn, 3rd. Then in 4th, that's Eagles Claw. Zendaya's Moonshine in 5th. Over when it's over, 6th. Dunsand Sticks on the outside, 7th. Halfway home, Yeah Boy John, the midway point leader, 58-2. Tracking 2nd, that's Captain Vespa G. There goes Gaston Phil, sent to the outside, 3rd. Eagles Claw, 4th. Dunsand Sticks moving up, 5th. 6th, Zendaya's Moonshine on the outside, 7th. Over when it's over, and we have a new leader arriving at 3/4. Gaston Phil and McNeil take over late. Yeah Boy John 2nd, Captain Vespa G 3rd. Dunsand Sticks is coming 4th. 3/4 3/4 up in 1:28 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to go, and it's all Gaston Phil in here. Yeah, boy, John. He's in second. Dunsand Sticks has picked up third. They're in deep stretch now, and Gaston Phil in line to Donnie McNeil, all alone on the line. Yeah, boy, John was second. Over when it's over, rallied third, and the time for the mile in 1:58 and 1.
Donnie McNeil sitting chilly in the bike down the lane here with Gaston Phil. He does it all. He's the owner, breeder, trainer, and driver. And he sat off that hot early speed put up by Yeah Boy John. Half 58 and 2. McNeil comes first up with his charge, Gaston Phil. And they cleared the lead 128 and 4. And they draw off to win easily here. Under wraps winner 158 and 1 for Gaston Phil. I thought over when it's over, he had that good live flow going up the backstretch, but then it stalled around the last turn, kind of stopped his momentum, or he would have been second easily. He is to settle for third in here as Yeah Boy John hangs on for the deuce, but Gaston Phil domination in this one late in the mile. Donnie McNeil and Gaston Phil, they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle in just a moment.
Gaston Phil arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle here in the 7th. They pacing gelding 3 by Shanghai Phil from the Chem Luck Dam, More Than Luck. Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, the owner, trainer, the driver, and the breeder. The mile 158 and 1. Maiden record, Gaston Phil in the 7th. Now the official results from the 7th race. Gaston Phil, the race winner. Zendaya's Moonshine was 7th. Captain Besby G, 4th. Over When It's Over was 3rd. Yeah Boy John finished 2nd. Dunsand Sticks was 5th. Eagle's Claw finished 6th. 28 and 3. 58 and 2. 128 and 4. And the Mild in 158 and 1. In review, 174. 3256. Gaston Phil paid $3. The exactor 1910. Triactor 4520. And the superfecta was 1080.
The 2026 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11 a.m. Join us on October 8th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for the yearling preview. You can visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Okay, race 8 coming up next after 7 races in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Garnet Burnsdale continues to hold that 1-point lead over Ken Workington. 29 points for Garnet. Ken's got 28. Mel Keith, 13 points. And that's after 7 races here this evening. Quick look at the picks for the upcoming 8th race. 439 for Mel Keith. Garnet Burnsdale and Ken Workington, they're matching strides here, so there'll be no change in point standings. 548 for both of them. I'm going 958. I like the trailing horse McLovin in here. His high-speed horse. Going to put him on top here in race 8. Horses are making their way out of the paddock. Post parade is next.
Regret nothing on the 8th race post parade over Windermere Farms, Clive Balderson, R&B Stables, and Matt Burke. Trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell driving. Elm Grove Untamed, number 2, owned by Marc-Andre Cyr, Fatima, Quebec, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy drives. Happened for a Reason, number 3, owned by Mike McGuigan of York. Ivan McPhee from Claresholm, Alberta, trained by Mike McGuigan, driven by Corey McPherson. Woodmere Styles, number 4, owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith. Paul Langell drives. Streak Antonio, number 5, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio. Time O Miami, number 6, owned by Ian Smith, Randall Cooper, and Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Tonight, Brady Sweet. Crowd Control number 7, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murner. Ocean View Lou number 8, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tommy does the training, driven by Brody McPhee. Owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault, number 9, McLovin. 4 minutes to post time. Stand by for a message from Lee Drake, manager of racing, marketing, and sales, on changes to the 2026 Gold Cup and Saucer Post Parade.
Changes to the Gold Cup and Saucer Post Parade for 2026. Yes, that's true. Still going to have all the great components of this greatest show in harness racing presented by Atlantic Lottery. But over the years, we've heard some concerns about the horses being out there too long, or maybe some safety concerns for the horses and the drivers. And you know that safety is our number one priority. So this year, the horses will come out of the paddock while the Island Hymn is being sung. They will go single file down the backstretch, and they will get introduced under that famous spotlight. Then they'll make their way back to the care teams and the Redshores security team in the paddock area under the direction of the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. And while everyone else gets introduced, then they'll come back out on the racetrack, do their warm-up, and make their way to the starting gate. It's all about safety. The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. We look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Okay, great message there from Lee Drake. Great decision there on the post parade and the horses regarding safety. I think that's just a fabulous idea for the Gold Cup and Saucer, and it's going to be here before you know it. Race 8 starters on track, 5-year-olds and younger. Winners have won not more than 2 races of life. I like this guy here tonight from the trailing spot. I think there's a lot of early speed in here, so if McLovin behaves himself, stays flat, this guy could definitely get the job done. If you look at his lines, he's a high-speed colt. 55-1, he was a good second to Cattle Call 2 starts back. He had a nice win there from off the pace. 56-3, closing quarter 28 flat, and he rallied to finish second. 4 starts back, 59-1. Take a look at that closing quarter, 26-4. James Perot owns his talented son by McWicked. He's a sophomore pacer out of the Kenny Arsenault stable. Kenny trains and drives, and like I said, if he can navigate that first turn, stay flat, I don't think they're going to beat him in here. His main competition's on the outside of the gate in Ocean View Lou, but like I said, if McLovin stays flat, he is going to be a major threat in here, and you're getting pretty good value for the 9, 8-1. Streak Antonio, I like this guy too. He's making his second start off the bench. Take a look at that first start in this class. He had the trailing spot, post 9, got away 6 by 12 at the quarter. He was overland from there on and finished third by 4.5, 57-3. And behind Shanghai Whiskey and Company, pretty good first start off the bench, 57-3, 28-2 closing quarter. He has good gate speed. Had a real good freshman campaign. He was 7 of 8 in the top 2. Banked over $30,000. 3-year-old son of Blood Money, making his second start back here tonight for Barrio and Matheson. Raymond Primo is the owner and breeder. Streak Antonio, I think he'll be heard from in this one. 3-1. And there's the aforementioned Ocean View Lou. I like this guy here tonight. I just hate the post. Post 8's going to make his path to the winner's circle a tough one, I think. Ocean View Lou, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Tom trains. Brody McPhee in the seat, a winner on the front end, 55-4 for Murner, 2 back, 28-3 closer. Had the rail last time out, second by a length in 56-2 and behind Smiling with Lou. So outside of the gate for the 8, Ocean View Lou. A lot of talent, but trip will be key for him here. 9-5.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets tonight, valued at $1,090. And the winning number will be V3674915. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,090, V3674915. Good luck.
Okay, race 8, we're getting close. A lot of good value on the board. Regret nothing, 6-1, 20-1 on Elm Grove Untamed, 15-1 Happen for a Reason, 9-2 Woodmere Styles, 3-1 Streak Antonio, Time on Miami, 9-1 Long Odds for Crowd Control, 2-1 on the 8 Ocean View Lou, and 7-2 on My Top Play McLovin from the trailing spot as the field for the 8th lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Will return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Regret nothing. Elm Grove Untamed, Happened for a Reason. Woodmere Styles, Streak Antonio, Time O Miami, Crowd Control, Ocean View Lou. In back the trailer, McLovin. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Woodmere Styles is leaving out. Happened for a Reason along the rail is second. Third one at the inside, Regret Nothing. Fourth in between horses as they round the turn is Streak Antonio. Out there in fifth, that's Time of Miami. And way out there early, Ocean View Lou on the back stretch, and they go to the quarter. Happened for a Reason out in front. Early company coming to call here. That's Streak Antonio to take over for Berrio. Second is Happened for a Reason. That's Woodmere Styles. Third, Ocean View Lou dropped in fourth. Fifth, Regret Nothing. Then in sixth, Time of Miami. Seventh is Elm Grove Untamed. In eighth, that's Crowd Control. And McLovin is ninth up at 28 3/4 down the stretch for the first time. The opening half mile is next, and Streak Antonio getting the field halfway home. Happened for a Reason is second. Woodmere Styles third. There goes Ocean View Lou up on the outside. First up, fourth, 57 3, the halfway home time. Following the cover on the outside, fifth is Time of Miami. That's Elm Grove Untamed into sixth. Regret Nothing back to seventh. Crowd Control on the outside, eighth. And McLovin ninth. Here comes the 3/4 next. In at the rails, Streak Antonio. Right alongside, that's Ocean View Lou, the challenger. Time of Miami third. Elm Grove Untamed has picked up fourth. 3/4 in 1:27 2. Rounding the turn, the final time, 1/8 of a mile out. In at the rails, Streak Antonio. Ocean View Lou right alongside. Up the rail, Time of Miami. Elm Grove Untamed. Here's Ocean View Lou in the deep stretch. Ocean View Lou will double up Brody McPhee. Tight for the deuce. That is Streak Antonio and Time of Miami. The time for this mile, 1:56.4.
McLovin, My Top Play, just way too far to come. Kenny Arsenault tentative with him here tonight, trying to keep him off the qualifying list, trying to keep him flat. He closed really strong, just again, way too far to come to try and get the win. But again, he did close really strong, so watch for him next week. Streak Antonio, I thought he would get a call here tonight for Berrio, and he did. He had the trailing spot in his first start back, post 5 tonight. Barry will put him on the front, 28-3, half 57-3, 3/4, 127-2. The 8, Ocean View Lou, left out, got spotted well here tonight by Brody McPhee. Got away fourth, and then he came first up, and he was up for the challenge. And he gets up for the win, 156-4 off a gutsy first over effort for Ocean View, Lou, and McPhee here in the 8th, and we'll see him back at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Doubles all around out of the Tommy Weatherby stable on this Saturday night as Ocean View Lou will take them to the 8th race winner's circle. Lou's a big pacing gelding 3 by Blood Money from the Camlock Dam Dream Fair Eclipse. Owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Tommy Weatherby of Charlottetown. Bred by Bill and Scott Rollison and Princeton Farms. Trainer Tommy Weatherby has the double. Driver Brody McPhee has the double. And the colt scores in 156-4. Ocean View Lou in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Regret Nothing was 9th. Elm Grove Untamed 4th. Happened for a Reason was 8th. Woodmere Style 6th. Streak Antonio was 2nd. Time of Miami finished 3rd. Crowd Control was 7th. Ocean View Lou, the race winner. McLovin finished 5th. Fractions of 28-3. 57-3. 127-2. And the mile 156-4. In review, 948 623 715. Ocean View Lou paid $530. Exactor 2010, the Triactor 200 1190, and the Superfecta 65.95.
The Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draws back at Red Shores On live race days in Charlottetown, customers can enter non-winning tickets into the ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes one table for four at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, one night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. And the grand prize draw will take place on Saturday, August 1st. Okay, Garnet Burnsdale still holds a 1 point lead over Ken Workington, 32 points for Garnet, 31 for Ken. Mel Keith in third with 13 points. There's a look at our selections for the ninth. Mel Keith 6-3-4. Garnet's going with a 4-3-1. Ken Workington and I like the 5. He's going 5-4-6. I like a 5-2-6 in the upcoming ninth.
Ninth race on the Reds Post Parade, Rock Shining Star wears number 1, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by David O'Brien. Tonight, Brady Sweet. Starship Glide number 2, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Paul Angel. TH Boomtown number 3, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. GG's Dream number 4, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford and Windermere Farms of Springvale, conditioned by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell up. Trumpster Blues wears 5, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by David O'Brien, Adam Murner. Fast Louie number 6, owned by Max Webster's Stable, Jennifer Doyle and Ryan McLaughlin. Jennifer does the training. Kenny Murphy drives at 5 minutes to post time. Atlantic Lottery is celebrating 50 years in Atlantic Canada. And up next is a message from the Community Game Changers program.
$25,000 in each Atlantic province. Nominate a community game changer today. Atlantic Lottery will select one per province, and they'll get to direct a $25,000 donation to a not-for-profit of their choice. To celebrate Atlantic Lottery's 50th anniversary, we're recognizing Atlantic Canadians making a game-changing impact in our local communities. This could be a community volunteer, leader of a community-driven organization, or a change maker of any kind. It could even be you. Each winner will choose the cause they'll support and will receive 2 VIP passes to an Atlantic Lottery-sponsored event in 2027. So, who are you going to nominate to direct $25,000 to the charity of their choice?
Okay, race 9 starters on track. This is a really good, talented field in this 9th race. Just 3 away from post time. Trumpster Blue is going to be tough to beat this guy. He was a wire-to-wire winner 2 starts back in 53. Moves out 2 spots. He's leaving out a post 5. Pretty much similar level in that PEI free-for-all event. He made that break at the top of the stretch, kind of took himself out of it. And against a talented group of horses with ammo, arbitrage, Hanover, nothing but finesse. So he dodges that crew here tonight. Tommy Collins, Mount Stewart, the owner, David O'Brien, training, batting 465 this year as a trainer, and Adam Murner in the seat. So I'm going to put them on top. Trumpster Blues off that win, 2 starts back at a similar level. Could do it again here tonight at 3-1. Trumpster Blues, maybe his most impressive mile was that second in the Cecil Ladner 3 back where he was a good second to Ammo. So we like Trumpster Blues on top. Starship Glide. It's one of my favorite horses to watch. He's versatile. That's the way I like them. No one-trick pony with this guy. He can do it on the front. He can do it from off the pace. Wire-to-wire winner. Last time out, 54-3 for Langell. He was much the best in that PEI Cold State Grassroots Graduate Series. And even before that, a good second, 53-3 to Trumpster Blues from the rail. And so with post 2, Langell in the seat for trainer Earl Watts. This guy's got a good shot at hitting the top 3 at long odds. Starship Glide and Langell, 15-1. And for third of my ticket, could have went many different ways in here. Rock Shining Star on the rail, coming in off a win in 54-2. TH Boomtown a win in 53-3. Gigi's Dream riding a 3-race winning streak, 54 and change, a couple wins, 54 flat in his latest. But I've elected to go with Fast Louie on the outside of the gate. This guy's shows 2 trips in 53 and change, and then last time out, 5th, 52-3, 27-3 closer, and against Ammo and company. So Fast Louie, I hate the post for him. Not sure how he's going to get into the mile. He did have post 8 in the Ladner. He ended up rallying to finish 4th and against some really nice horses. So he can do it from the outside. So hopefully he can rally in there for third on my ticket. 6-1 currently for Fast Louie. Excellent group of 6 here in this 9th race, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Not too long ago, this type of field would be our top class. We're just so deep, full of talent here, Vance, on the East Coast. Up to you for the call.
Man, do we ever have it lucky right here, a good old PEI curve. Night after night, the equine athletes provide entertainment every heat. They line up here in the 9th with Rock Shining Star, Starship Glide, TH Boomtown, Gigi's Dream, Trumpsters Blues, Fast Louie. Post time. Up and pacing, Rock Shining Star at the rail, the first one out. Second is Gigi's Dream. Third to the turn is Starship Glide. Trumpsters Blues. 4th on the outside. Away 5th is TH Boomtown. Fast Louie 6. Up the backstretch they go, and here's Campbell and Gigi's Dream fighting for the lead. Second is Rock Shining Star. On the outside, third, Trumpsters Blue. They should be rolling right along in here as they move by the quarter. And now the leader, Gigi's Dreams, and here's Trumpster Blues up and at him. 27-1 opener. Trumpster Blue on the outside with Murner. The new leaders, Gigi's Dream is second. Third out of the turn, Rock's Shining Star. Fourth, that's Starship Glide. In fifth is TH Boomtown. And Fast Louie, sixth. Halfway home, led by Trumpster Blues and Murner by 2. GG's Dream, second. Third one into the turn, that is Rock Shining Star, 55 and 1 for half a mile. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. On the backstretch, second and final time now. They're headed to 3/4, led by Trumpster Blues. Up and at 'em, Starship Glide now second. GG's Dream at the rail third. Fourth on the outside is TH Boomtown. At the rail fifth is Rock Shining Star. Trailing but not out of it, Fast Louie, the 3/4 in the books, and that was Trumpster Blues in 1:24 and 2, and they're homeward bound here in an all-out slugfest. Trumpster Blues at the rail, Starship Glide, GG's Dream, Fast Louie closing on the outside, but it's Trumpster Blues and Murner on the line. Fast Louie got up for the deuce. GG's Dream third in 1:54 flat.
Well, I talk about how deep the talent level is here on the island. We've got to thank the horse owners who continue to buy these horses and bring them here. Trumpster Blues, owned by Tommy Collins. He owns a lot of horses, and he owns a lot of really nice horses. And this is another one out of his stable. David O'Brien, his trainer, batting .465 on the season. Adam Murner in the seat. They were stretched out early in this one. 27 and 1, half 55 and 1. 3/4 124 and 2. Starship Glide, this little horse, he's punching above his weight class here tonight, but he put in a big effort first up, but just turned away by a really talented horse in Trumpster Blues as he stops the clock in 154. Big effort from Fast Louie on the outside. He's going to rally in there for the deuce, but he runs out of Racetrack as Trumpster Blues binds the wire first, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Trumpster Blues arrives at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 9th race. Bay Pacing Stallion 6 by Always Be Mickey off the Riches Hanover Dam. Simply Irresistible. Owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, bred by Ernie Lambright from Chickasaw, Indiana. Trained by David O'Brien. Adam Murner's second winner for the double. The mile 154. Trumpster Blues in the 9th. Now the official results from the 9th race. Rock Shining Star 6th. Starship Glide 4th. TH Boomtown 5th. GG's Dream was 3rd. Trumpster Blues, the race winner. Fast Louie finished 2nd. 27 and 1. 55 and 1. 124 and 2. And the mile 154. In review 645 312. Trumpster Blues paid $360. The Exactor 2040, Triactor 3660, and the Superfecta was 3029.
The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August 14th at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The race will go for a purse of $8,000. And for more information, please visit the racing page of Red Shores website and click on the Horse Persons Info tab. We got race 10 coming up next. 8 away from post time. Mel Keith going with a 7.45. 6.78 for Garnet Barnsdale. Ken Workington 7.58. I'm going 8.57 in the upcoming 10th race. Updated point standings in the All-Star Handicap and Challenge. Ken Workington back in front. He's got 36 points. Garnet Barnsdale in second with 33 points. 16 points for Mel Keith in the All-Star Handicap and Challenge.
The Pacers and their drivers for the 10th race now entering the track on post parade. Number 1, Leven Bruces, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Trained by Basil Hunter, Brady Sweet drives. Silver Hill Lightning 2, Mark Campbell at the lines for owner-trainer Stacy Dara, Stratford. Here comes Emmett 3, is owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, Gilles Barrio. Redland Samson 4, owned by Donnie Smith, Troy Cudmore, Roderick Gillis, and Paul Hogan, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Cowboy Logic 5, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, and George Burke, trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard aboard. First Glance, number 6, owned by Max Webster Stable, Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Brody McPhee. Mockart in motion, number 7, owned by Tyler and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Jason Hughes. Rose Run X-Con, number 8, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murner drives. Winsong Quincy, number 9, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Corey McPherson. 5 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Charlottetown, PEI. Stand by for a message from Dr. Mitch Downey and 1-800.
It was a pairing of world champions, legendary sire of sires, Some Beach Somewhere, and millionairess Economy Terror. Now their fastest son is standing in the Maritimes. 1-800. Some Beach Somewhere set 4 world records and sire champions. Economy Terror out-earned Sweet Lou at 2, winning the Breeders' Crown and set a world record. Bred only to world champions and Dan Patch winners, she's produced 7 $100,000 winners, fetching top price at the Lexington Select Sale. 1-800 paced half miles in 52 and change at 2 and 3 in this lifetime best performance of 1:48. Lightly raced, he now enters stud as his dam's fastest son. New for 2026. 1-800. Call Dr. Mitch Downey to book today.
Okay, race 10 starters are on track. Running out of time to get a ticket in this 10th race. Now winner 651, last 4 starts. The 5, Cowboy Logic, taking some money at 55-2 in his last effort. Third by 4 lengths. Closed in 29-2. Steve Shepard in the seat for his father, Harold. Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Evan McPherson, George Burke, they all share ownership on the 9-year-old by Western Ideal. Rose Run X-Con, going to be tough to beat him as well. Adam Murner hops up. I like the driver change to Murner for trainer Nick Oakes. Shows some good miles, 55-4 in his latest, but he's got a tough outside post in here. The 7 Mockart in motion, another one that could hit the board. Jason Hughes in the seat for Kyle Welke. Racing at the 1251s the last few starts. Dropping down here to the 651. So we got some clash droppers on the outside of the gate that have a chance. And again, Cowboy Logic raced at this level in the last couple weeks, and he's raced well. And will be tough to beat, definitely, in the middle of the gate. We're getting close here in race 10. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for race 10. It looks like we're going to be having a recall here in race 10. So
The
still
9, Kurt's got some broken equipment going back to the paddock.
Oh yeah, I see a head pole hanging there from the 9 Winsong Quincy. So going back to the paddock. So that means still time to get in this race. Still time to get a ticket as we are under a recall here in the 10th. Okay, still under that minor delay here with the 9 Winsong Quincy. That head pole, it comes in 2 pieces. One was hanging and they collected the other. Got the head pull back on the 9, Winsong Quincy, so we'll be going postward with this race in just a few seconds. Still time to get in, though. Get some last-minute tickets on this 10th race. 3 to 5 on Rose Run X-Con. 9 to 5 on Cowboy Logic. The 4's on the gate. Redland Sampson. He's good value playing here at 14 to 1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion again here for race 10. Vance, we'll send it up to you for the call. Take 2.
And the 10th lines up with Leaving Bruises, Silver Hill Lightning. Here comes Emmett Redland Sampson. Cowboy Logic, First Glance, Mockart in Motion, Rose Run X-Con. In back the trailer, Winsong Quincy. Top of the stretch. 10th race, ready for start. The rough and pacing. Here comes Emmett. Got the first call. Rose Run X-Con from the grandstand side. Leaving Bruises. Rounding the turn third. Redland Sampson going to the cones fourth. Fifth up the rail. Winsong Quincy. Cowboy Logic on the outside sixth. Seventh, that is Silver Hill Lightning. On the outside, First Glance is eighth. And trailing ninth, Mockart in Motion. Along the back stretch. And to make the front, Rose Run X-Con in line to Adam Murner. Here comes Emmett, goes second, Leaving Bruises along the rail third, 28 and 1 the opening quarter. Racing fourth, that's Redland Sampson. Fifth is Winsong Quincy. Cowboy Logic is eyeing the outside from sixth. Seventh along the rail, Silver Hill Lightning. On the outside, 8 is First Class. Then the trailer in ninth, Mockart in motion. Backfield coming in motion now at the midway point, led by Rose Run X-Con halfway home. Here comes Emmett second, first up to take over third. Cowboy Logic, 58 and 1.5. Racing fourth on the cones, Leaving Bruises. First Glance is picked up fifth on the outside. Redland Sampson riding the rail sixth. Now on the outside seventh, that's Mockart in motion. In eighth is Winsong Quincy, and now the trailer, Silver Hill Lightning arriving next at three quarters. Rose Run X-Con the leader. Now second is Cowboy Logic. Here comes Emmett third. 3/4 in 1:28 flat as they race round the turn for the final time. Arriving at 7/8, Rose Run X-Con still there. Cowboy Logic second. Here comes Emmett third. Leaving Bruises fourth. Deep stretch now. Rose Run X-Con will triple up Adam Murner. Second, Cowboy Logic. Leaving Bruises will finish third. Time for the mile in 1:56 flat.
Well, this guy had 9 wins last year from 43 starts, 0 for 16 through part of the season this year. But dropping in class, Murner, driver changed to Murner. I liked it here tonight, and he went right down the road from post 8, 28-1, half 58-1, 128. Throws the last quarter at them in 28 flat. Murner with a few reminders, chirping to him down the lane as they get it done in 156. Rose Run X-Con. I did like Cowboy Logic for second. He was a good deuce in here, coming first up for Shepherd. And I like the 7 Mockart in motion for third. Just too far to come in there. A little late getting there. But the one Leaving Bruises is going to round out this top 3 for Brady Sweet on the rails. So we have an 8-5-1 unofficially here in race 10. We'll see the 8 Rose Run X-Con and Murner back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Rose Run Ex-Con goes into the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 10th race. Bay pacing gelding 7 by McCardle. Off the Art Major Dam, Sterling Delilah. Home of JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Bred by the Rose Run Farm. Trained by Nick Oakes. Driven to victory by Adam Murner. And for Murner, that's win number 3 for the triple. Time for the mile in 1:56. Rose Run Ex-Con in the 10th. Here's the official results from the 10th race. Lieben Bruises 3rd. Silver Hill Lightning 9th. Here comes Emmett 6th. Redland Sampson 4th. Cowboy Logic was 2nd. First Glance finished 8th. Mockart in Motion was 5th. Rose Run Ex-Con, the race winner. Winsung Quincy was 7th. Fractions of 28 and 1. 58 and 1. 128. And the mile 1:56. In review 396, 428, 517. Rose Run Ex-Con at 290. Exactor 680, Triactor 2930, and the Superfect at 1023.
Okay, horses are making their way out onto the track for race 11. Quick look at the picks. 462 for Mel Keith. 672 for Garnet Barnsdale. Ken Warrington 652. I'm going 562 in the upcoming 11th race. Ken Warrington holding the lead there at 36 points. Garnet Barnsdale's in second with 33 points. Mel Keith in third at 16 points for the All-Star Handicap and Challenge. Post Parade is next.
Tonight's 11th race, it's the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Gold Division. On parade, Brookdale Johnny 1, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, Joe Barrio drives. Fill My Beer number 2, owned by Carl Stafford, Brent Campbell, Bernard McDonald, and Kent McDonald. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. Paul's Crown 3, owned by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford. Trained by Stanley Harper, Ryan DeRoche. Malevolent 4, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 5, One Wicked Man, owned by James Perot of Stratford for trainer-driver Kenny Arsenault. Marigo Magic wears number 6. Owners are Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Derek Cameron of Charlottetown. Adam Murner trains and drives. Malignity number 7, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, trained by Paul Langell. Corey McPherson, catch drives. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to present the 2026 PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series for horses, geldings, and mares in gold and grassroots divisions.
Yeah, this graduate series is fantastic for the 4 and 5-year-old horses. PEI Colt State Graduate Series Gold here for race 11, Exactor Track or Superfecta Wagering. We also have the late pick 4. It's offered at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and Summerside. Low 15% takeout on that wager. Guarantee pool of $1,000. And so it kicks off right here in race 11. We also have the Wild Horses Tag. Jackpot is $25. One Wicked Man. This guy was flying on the end of it last week. He post 8, got away 4th at the 1651 level and closed in 27-1. If he had probably another 10 feet to go, he's a winner. That's how hard he was charging on the end of the mile. 53-4 was his race time. He almost made, well, it was just shy of $100,000 last year. Still looking for win number 1 this year. He had 8 wins from 19 starts last year in his sophomore campaign. And as we always say, moving from 3 to 4, it's such a tough thing for horses to do. They're racing against just 3-year-olds during their sophomore campaign, and then when they turn 4, they're racing against some classy campaigners, right from 4 right up to 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-olds. So One Wicked Man, he's found it tough so far. 3 for 7 in the top 3. Still looking for that first win, and I think he could get it here in this Gold Graduate Series division here in the 11th. He is 6-1 currently. And then right next door, Marigo Magic. This guy's 5 by Tobago K's. Reeled off 3 in a row since that qualifier back on May 21st. And then he was a hard charging second in his latest 54-2, closed in 26-4. And he's done that in 3 of his last 4 starts. So when Murner keeps this guy covered up, he can explode out of a hole, and he's done it, like I said, in 3 of his last 4 starts. So he will be tough to beat from post 6. Marigo Magic out of the Adam Murner stable. As I mentioned earlier, 3 winners last night in the card in Churro, 3 winners tonight. He's having himself a time right now. Murner and Marigo Magic, 7-5. And then we'll go into Fill My Beer. Good second by a length in his latest, 54-1. Closed it out 27-1. Good inside draw for Mark Campbell and Fill My Beer. Going to use them for third at 5-1. Excellent group of 7 here, going to battle. Say it all the time, but gosh, we have a lot of talent here on the island for racing. This is another tough group. 7-1 on Brookdale Johnny coming in off back-to-back wins. Fill My Beer, good second in his latest. 7-1 on Brookdale Johnny, 2-1 on Fill My Beer, 14-1 on Paul's Crown. Malevolent, he's overdue for a win. 0-3 this year, 7-14. Last year shows a nice trip there in 53-3. 3 starts back, 10-1. 1 wicket, man, my top play. 3-1, 8-5. Going to be tough to beat that guy, Marigo Magic, with his great closing ability. Malignity on the outside of the gate at 5-1. So Malevolent and Malignity, the 2 brothers going at it, 2 full brothers going at it here in this 11th race. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for race 11 PI Cold Stakes Graduate Series Gold Division. Purse 8,500 bands. It was always fun competing against my brother Jason. We got 2 full brothers competing against each other in here.
And Kurt, I don't know if you've seen the qualifiers, but they got a baby brother that absolutely came like from worse and went around the field in this qualifier and win going away. He's going to be another dandy. Not hard to beat Paul Langell these days. It's the Graduate Series Gold Division. 11th race. Post time. Often facing Fill My Beer, the first one out. Marigo Magic coming from the outside. Brookdale Johnny along the rail around the turn third. You got away fourth is Paul's Crown up into fifth. That's Malevolent. 6 towards the rail is One Wicked Man, and Malignity is the trailer. Marigo Magic and Murder, they're the leaders. Campbell says give and go. He's popping the 2-hole here with Fill My Beer, headed him back on to the point off of that opening quarter. 27 2, boom! Just like that, Fill My Beer back on the lead with Campbell. Marigo Magic is second, Brookdale Johnny third, Paul's Crown fourth. Then in fifth, Malevolent. 6 and One Wicked Man. Malignity trailing the field seventh. Malevolent up and on the move at the midway point. Fill My Beer. And Malevolent charging up on the outside to challenge. Marigo Magic now in the pocket third. 56 seconds flat. Half a mile down to 3/8 to go. Fill My Beer, the leader. Malevolent, the challenger. Third, that's Marigo Magic. Brookdale Johnny on the backstretch, fourth. Fifth, in between the horses, One Wicked Man. Malignity out there, 3 wide. 6, Paul's Crown at the rail, 7th. 3/4 in the books. New leader late. Malevolent takes over. Marigo Magic now second. Third, Fill My Beer. And that's Brookdale Johnny not far away. 1:24 flat, 3/4, homeward bound. Malevolent the leader. Marigo Magic way wide. Brookdale Johnny deep stretch now. Landing on the wire. Malevolent for Langell, then Marigo Magic and Fill My Beer. And the miles in 1:53 and 3.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 11 PI Cold Stakes Graduate Series Gold Division. And we had the brothers competing against each other in here, just like when Jason and I used to drive against each other. The little brother beat the big brother in here. So Malevolent coming first up, 56 3/4, 124. Time of the mile, 153 and 3 for Langell and Malevolent over the favorite, Marigo Magic and Adam Murner. Driven differently here, different tactics for the 6. Marigo Magic here tonight, usually racing out of a hole, exploding out of a hole, and tonight Murner put him on the front end, little give and go with Fill My Beer early, and he's going to have to settle for second as Malevolent just too good here tonight, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Malevolent to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's 11th race, facing Brown Gelding 4 by Malicious. Off the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. Owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, bred by Gary McPherson of PEI. Paul Langell training and driving. Time for the mile in 153 and 3. Malevolent in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Gold Division. Here's the official results from race 11. Brookdale Johnny 4th, Fill My Beer 3rd. Paul's Crown was 5th. Malevolent, the race winner. One Wicked Man was 6th. Marigo Magic finished 2nd. Malignity was 7th. They went 27 and 2, 56, 124, and the mile 153 and 3. In review, 435, 16, 27. Malevolent returned 40-80 to win. Exactor 88.40, Triactor 328.80, Superfecta 88.15.
Great pay in that 11th race. Big trip from Malevolent coming first up against that crowd. Wow, what an impressive mile by Malevolent and Langell. 40-80 on the nose. I want to tell you about the ultimate guest experience. You can join us on Thursdays in the top of the park for the ultimate guest experience. This offer includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, race program, $10 casino free play coupon, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $34.95 plus tax. For more information on the ultimate guest experience, visit Redshores.ca. And there is a look at the updated point standings in the All-Star Handicap and Challenge leaderboard. Ken Workton holds a slight lead over Garnet Burnsdale. He's sitting at 39 points. Garnet's in second with 36. Malkeith in third with 21 points. And the picks for race 12 as we get a look at that Atlantic Post Calls paddock camp. 416 for Malkeith. Garnet Burnsdale 146, 418 for Ken Workington, and I'm going 142 in the 12th.
Twelfth race on parade, number 1, Metaman, owned by Linda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. Proud of you today, number 2, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Spac Gero 3, owned by Mike Slanda from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Paul Langell. The Tulsa King, number 4, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mike Dix from Wabam, Alberta, trained by Mike McGuigan, Gilles Barrio. 5 Millennium Sealster, owned by Emma Christoforou of Moffat, Ontario, trained by Nick Oakes, Corey McPherson. Woodmere Sinatra, number 6, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy drives. Shake Me Up Hanover, number 7, Colin Shepard of Brackley is the owner and the driver. Morgan Shepard trains. Max Patrick, number 8, is owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. Jason Hughes. 9 Raising Sand, owned by Todd Walsh, Sean McAdam, Lance Jones, and Donnie McFadgen. Todd does the training, driven by Adam Murner. 3 minutes to post time. Kurt is back with the top selections, but first a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
All right, race 12 starters on track here. A lot of good ways you could play this one. Now winners 951 last 4. Metaman, I'm going to take a shot at him. He was a winner on the front for David O'Brien 2 starts back, 56 and 1. That was down at the 301 level. He hopped up last week to the 651s for Campbell. Was a good second by a half length and 54 and 3, and that was from the trailing spot. post 9. So Meta Man and Campbell with rail control here tonight. Even though they're moving up one more level, I think they are the one to beat in this race. The Tulsa Kings, another good option in here for Gilles Barrio at a post 4 out of the Mike McGuigan stable. They were a front end winner last time out, 54 and 3. Tough first start back. They had the lead and faded to 5th, but last week I thought that was an excellent effort for Barrio and the Tulsa King. They're sitting at 2-1. I like 1-4 in the exactor, the Tulsa King. Good starting spot again this week. Meta Man on the rail. I think it's going to come down to those two horses. 4-3 on my ticket. You go a few different ways in here. I just went post draw. Proud of You Today should get a really good trip at a post 2. I know the trailer's there with the 9 Raising Sand, but Proud of You Today, if Bim puts the pedal to the metal, he could make himself maybe a 2 or 3 hole here. So we'll see what happens when the wing's full. But Proud of You Today could close out the triactor. Spacjero is another good option for 3rd. Paul Langell leaving out a post 3, 3rd and 55 and 2. Last time out, 28-4 closer. I like Max Patrick on the outside too. Jason Hughes gets the call again this week. Jason gets along really good with this horse. They were 3rd, just beat a half a length last time out. 54 flat, closing quarter in 27 and 4, and that was at the 1251 level. So they are dropping down one class here to the 951s. Tough spot though at a post 8, but like I said, Jason and this guy seem to get along quite well. And so if you're looking for a long shot play, on the outside of the gate, Max Patrick could be your ticket at 19-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for tonight's 12th race. Let's go back up for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Meta Man, Proud of You Today, Spacjero. The Tulsa King, Millennium Sealster, Woodmere Sinatra. Shake Me Up, Hanover Max Patrick. In back the trailer, Raising Sand. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing the Tulsa King and Meta Man. They're firing out here. Following through to be third is Raising Sand. Proud of you today. We'll get away fourth. Moving up fifth, Max Patrick. Then in sixth, it's back Gerald. Seventh, Millennium Sealster. Eighth, that is Shake Me Up Hanover and a Woodmere Sinatra. Nine, straight alignment, a field of nine going to the quarter. The Tulsa King in line to Gilberto. Out in front, Metaman goes second, Raising Sand third. Proud of you today goes fourth. Now in fifth, that is Max Patrick, 27 and 4. Big time opener here, and they're still straight alignment on by the 3/8 pole, and the fired up the Tulsa King leads. Metaman second, Raising Sand third. Fourth, proud of you today, Max Patrick fifth. Now in sixth, that is Facgero. Millennium Sealster seventh. Eighth is Shake Me Up Hanover. Woodmere Sinatra ninth, halfway home, led by the Tulsa King, 56 and 3 the half mile. 2-hole ride Metaman. Coming first up on the outside is Max Patrick. In at the rail, that's Raising Sand. Fifth along the inside, proud of you today. On the outside, Spacgero 6. Then it's Millennium Sealster 7. Shake Me Up Hanover 8. And trailing 9th, Woodmere Sinatra. They're by 3/4. Tulsa King has opened up a clear 2. Metaman strictly giving chase in here. Raising Sand is third. 3/4 in 1. 25 and 1. They're turning for home now. The Tulsa King looking to see it through. Metaman second. Raising Sand third. On the wire, the Tulsa King and Barrio all the way. Metaman second. Raising Sand third. 1:52.4. Wow!
He's a beautiful horse to watch go. Really, really sharp looking individual. And I don't know what was up with him in his first start back here, but his last 2 starts have been ultra impressive. Last time out, 54 and 3. Tonight, a jaw dropping 52 and 4. A new speed badge for the 4, the Tulsa King and Barrio. Put on the point, 27 and 4, half 56 and 3. 125 and 1. He closed it out in 27 and 3 for that new pacing record for the Tulsa King, the 4-year-old by Shadow Play. I talked about it earlier in the card. Shadow Play, he was such a handsome horse himself. He really throws a nice horse. The Tulsa King, he looks great on the track, and he performed awesome here tonight. The Tulsa King goes back-to-back for Barrio, again with a new record of 52 and 4 here tonight. We'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Well, my colleague, Mr. Hughes, described it jaw-dropping performance by the Tulsa King here in the 12th. He's in the winner's circle, pacing gelding forward by Shadow Play. From the Shanghai Phil Dam, a Racy Miss, home with Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mike Dix of Alberta. Bred by Robin Burke of Brackley. Trained by Mike McGuigan. The Maritime Magic Man had the wand out tonight for a trip in 152 and 4. New pacing record. That's the Tulsa King in line to Gilberto. Now the official results from the 12th race. Meadowman was second. Proud of You Today, fourth. Spack Jarrow, sixth. The Tulsa King, the race winner. Millennium Sealster was fifth. Woodmere Sinatra finished eighth. Shake Me Up Hanover, seventh. Max Patrick was ninth. Raising Sand finished third. 27-4. 56-3. 125-1. And the mile, 152-4. From the top, your program reached 246-158-793. The Tulsa King paid $550. The Exactor $660, Triactor $57, Superfecta $3609.
Join us at Red's Restaurant on the casino floor at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Red's is open daily and features an Italian-inspired menu, live entertainment, meal and deal Fridays, and a huge 14-foot screen to watch live harness racing and sporting events. For more details on Red's and how to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. We got the feature pace, Preferred One Pacers coming up next. Race 13, 7 away from post time, and we have an updated All-Star Handicap and Challenge point standings. 44 points for Ken Workington. He has a 5-point lead over Garnet Barnsdale in second with 39 points. 26 points for Mel Keith in third. And there's a look at the selections for the 13th. As we get a look at that Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam, 462 for Mel Keith, 476 for Garnet Barnsdale, 467 for Ken Workington, and I'm going a little different. I'm going 645 here in the feature.
Preferred Pacers for the 13th. They're on the track for the post parade. Number one, Better Than Spring, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Trained by Tessa McKinnon, Corey McPherson. House Edge Hanover 2 is owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick. Trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriel. 3, Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murner. Get Wings, number 4, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Janet Kinney of Wheatley River, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Mark Campbell. Nothing but finesse, number 5, home by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey up. Arbitrage Hanover, number 6, owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford, Glenn and Justin Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. B2B wears number 7, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes aboard. 3 minutes to post time, and Kurt, you and I are returning with our selections in the featured preferred. And again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the band's cam. I quickly looked over at your picks, Kurt. I've got your exactor. I like the 6, Arbitrage Hanover. He came flying on the end of it. Does show a little interference, too, late in that mile. I like him on top. I'm going to 4, Get Wings for the deuce. I went to the 7, B2B for the triactor players. And if you're in the super, I went to 5, Nothing But Finesse in there. 6-4, 7-5. From the booth, Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I'm with you in the exactor. I like 6-4 as well. I threw the 5, Nothing But Finesse. I just think he's might get a more inside trip, I think, just because he has a better post than B2B. B2B probably going to get away at the back of the bus. I have seen him explode off cover in the past. So we'll see what happens. But I just think Nothing But Finesse probably going to get the ground-saving trip. And so I'm going to put them in for 3rd. So I'm at 6, 4, 5. Vance Cameron, you've heard his selections. Good luck with yours here in race 13. Good group of 7 here. Going to battle it out in our preferred 1. Okay, just a minute to go for the 13th race. Preferred 1, Better Than Spring. Hard to know how this one's going to shake out off the gate. Better Than Spring has really good early speed. Corey McPherson doing the driving here for Tessa McKinnon. Had that 2-hole ride in that first start off the bench. Ended up 4th and 55 flat. Closing quarter 27-4. Should be a little tighter this week. And so Better Than Spring could be pushing out from the rail. The 2, House Edge Hanover, has good early speed. Brigus, another one with good early speed. Gilberto driving the 2, House Edge Hanover. Coming in off a 3rd, Brigus. Going to be a tough spot for him, but he is a win. 3 starts back on the front end, gets the hot hands of Murner. Get Wings, going to be tough to beat him. He's got 3 wins from his last 4 starts and gets Mark Campbell tonight. Mark Campbell in the seat for that front end win last time out off a soft opening half, 57-1. They closed it out in 57. Closing quarter 27-1. So Get Wings will be tough. Nothing But Finesse has come in off back-to-back 3rd place finishes, 52-1 last time out. Good 3rd to Ammo and Arbitrage Hanover. Arbitrage Hanover, this is the one I like to win. I just thought he closed really strong from post 6. He got away 6 by 12 and was only back 3.5 lengths, finishing 2nd there, 52-1. Closing quarter 27-1. Cliff Murphy trains. Kenny Murphy in the seat. So I think with Ammo not in here tonight, I think Arbitrage Hanover can win. B2B going to be tough for him. He's probably going to be sitting at the back. All depends what the fractions are. If they go hot up front, he definitely has that great closing ability and could land on the ticket here. B2B, one of my favorites. 13-time winner last year, 3 for 7 this year, 5 for 7 in the top 2. So he is an outside shot to hit the top 3 at 8-1. Could be seeing a few of these talented horses next week in Summerside as the field for the feature lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Preferred Pacers, tonight's featured rail out. Better than Spring, House Edge, Hanover, Brigus, Get Wings, Nothing But Finesse. Arbitrage, Hanover, B2B, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing, the inside 2 are the first 2 out. Better than Spring and House Edge, Hanover. Get Wings into the turn, 3rd. 4th towards the rail, that's Brigus. Up on the outside, 5th is Arbitrage, Hanover. Then Nothing But Finesse, 6th. And B2B will be the trailer. On the back stretch for time 1, Better Than Spring, the long, and I mean the longest shot leader you can find, but it's going to be short-lived. Here's Get Wings flying up for Campbell to take over the lead. Better Than Spring is 2nd, House Edge Hanover 3rd, Arbitrage Hanover drops in 4th. 5th is Brigus, then in 6th, Nothing But Finesse, and trailing the field, B2B, just 28 and 4 at that opening quarter. Get Wings the leader en route to the half mile. Better Than Spring, a racer's 2nd, another long shot 3rd. That's House Edge Hanover. Arbitrage Hanover continuing 4th. That's Brigus in 5th, Nothing But Finesse 6th. B2B 7th, 50. 6 and 1 over to that opening half mile. 27 and change in there at the 5/8. Get Wings on top. 2nd, Better Than Spring. Here comes Arbitrage Hanover on the move in the outside 3rd. 4th at the rail. That's House Edge Hanover. Moving up 5th is Nothing But Finesse. 6th is Brigus on the outside. B2B 7th. 3/4 in the books. Get Wings got him there in 1. 24 and 4 on the turn with 1/8 of a mile left to go. Get Wings turning home. Arbitrage Hanover in striking distance 2nd. 3rd is Better Than Spring. Nothing But Finesse 4th. To the wire they come. Get Wings and the Mark Campbell Grand Slam. Arbitrage Hanover 2nd. Nothing But Finesse 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:51.4.
Wow, nice horse. Get Wings picks up his 3rd consecutive win. And tonight, what a performance. 28 and 4 to the quarter, 27 and 2 in the 2nd quarter, getting down to the half, 56 and 1. 3/4, 124 and 4. He's got Arbitrage Hanover breathing down his neck, so he throws a last quarter at them in 27 flat. Few southpaw reminders from Campbell down the stretch, and he gets the victory in 151 and 4 over Arbitrage Hanover and Kenny Murphy. Nothing But Finesse rounds out the top 3. Get Wings scores the natural hat trick here in the preferred 1. We'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
I think you'll see Von Doyle making the trip to Summerside for the Governor's Plate eliminations after his horse has just captured the preferred in 3 consecutive starts. Get Wings in the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion 4, but Better's Wish from the Captain Treacherous Dam, the Captain's Angel, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Janet Kinney of Wheatley River, bred by Double E Meadows of Indiana. Trained by Von Doyle, Mark Campbell with his 4th winner tonight for the Grand Slam, and the mile 1:51 and 4. Get Wings and Mark Campbell in the Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Here's the official results from the 13th race. Better Than Spring 4th. Househead Hanover 6th. Brigus 7th. Get Wings the race winner. Nothing But Finesse 3rd. Arbitrage Hanover was 2nd. B2B finished 5th. Fractions were 28 and 4. 56 and 1. 124 and 4. And the mile 151 and 4. In review 467. 13. 25. Get Wings 280. Exactor 370. Triactor 1690. Superfecta 714.
Super High Five time here in Charlottetown. Super High Fives offered at Red Shores Summerside and Red Shores Charlottetown. Low 15% takeout. Always on race 5 on the program and the last race. And tonight it's on race 5 and 14. So we got the Super High Five coming up. Low 15% takeout on that wager. So get in on the Super High Five here in the finale. We also have Exactor, Triactor wagering, and the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25. Updated look at the All-Star Handicap and Challenge leaderboard. 44 points. Ken Workington in first. Garnet Burnsdale in second with 39 points. And Mel Keith in third with 26 points. Horses are making their way out of the paddock. Post spray coming up next. There's a quick look at the picks. 1, 2, 3 for Mel Keith. Garnet Burnsdale 4, 1, 3. Ken Workington 4.75. I'm going 9.32 in our finale.
Fourteenth race on parade. Mr. Riley won. Owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Gwinnett. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Evil Vintage 2 owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Corey McPherson, Paul Langell. Freight Air 3 is owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, Brody McPhee driving. All About the Cash 4, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, Leonard Doyle, Jeff Holmes the trainer, Brady Sweet drives. 5 Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, is Gilles Barrio. Shadow's Terror 6, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, trained by Lenny Myers, Jason Hughes. ABC 7, owned by Dewar Burho of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. Big Bad Bruiser number 8, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, Mark Campbell. Number 9 is No Mo Fear, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Adam Murner. 3 minutes to post time. We're back with live racing on Tuesday night at Red Shores Summerside. Post time is 6 p.m. For post time picks and free race programs, visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Okay, lots of choices, a lot of ways to go here in the Super High 5 finale. Mel Keith going with a 1-2-3-7-4. Garnet Barnes still going with a 4-1-3-6-7. Ken Workington, he's going with a 4-7-5-3-6. Vance Cameron 4-5-9-3-1. I'm going it alone, I guess, with the 9 on top. I like a 9-3-2-1-4. I like No Mo Fear to get it done from the trailing spot here for Murner. Okay, 14th. 14th finale on track here. 9-5 on my top play. No Mo Fear. 56-2. Good second place finish Two starts back, 54-4 in his latest 27-4 final panel. That was at that 12:51 level. He had post 6 on that day. He gets a good starting spot here tonight. 2 stock from mid-pack. He's going to follow out the 1, Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley is good early speed. Evil Vintage also has some good early speed in there. This is a really wide open event. 9-1 on Mr. Riley. He was a winner, 2 back, 56-2. Evil Vintage, second by a head, 2 back and 58-3. Fourth last time, out 55-4. And he's at long odds, 17-1. 8-1 on the 3, Freight Air. This guy could be gunning for the front. He was a front end winner in 55-4. 2 starts back. Good price tonight. Even money and all about the cash. Another one with good gate speed. Dr. Grenfell has that great closing ability. For Barrio from post 5 at 4-1. Long odds for the 6 and 7 and 8. And again, my top play. In behind at 2-1, No Mo Fear and Murner. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for the finale, race 14. Let's send it up one more time to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
And Kurt, our colleague, Mr. Skirman, takes his show on the road tomorrow to Truro. He graciously has filled in for me. Well, I got to fill in for Rocky tomorrow in Kensington. And what a day that's going to be. 2 o'clock is post time with the PEI matinee circuit making a stop at Kensington tomorrow afternoon. It's the 14th. It's the Super High Five. It's the finale. And it's post time. Up and pacing Evil Vintage with the first call. Up the rail, Mr. Riley. To their outside is Freight Air. Up the rail and racing fourth. No Mo Fear. All about the cash on the outside fifth. Dr. Grenfell in sixth. Shadows Terror seventh. ABC is eighth. And ninth is Big Bad Bruiser. On the back stretch, a Saturday night brouhaha right here in Charlottetown. And from the outside, here comes Freight Air and Brody McPhee to clear. Second is Evil Vintage racing from third. Mr. Riley, boom! Just like that, 27-4 open this one up. And it's Freight Air on the point now. Racing from second, Evil Vintage, Mr. Riley third. No Mo Fear is fourth. And in fifth, it's all about the cash. Dr. Grenfell has sixth. Shadows Terror seventh. ABC is eighth. Big Bad Bruiser ninth. Straight alignment at the midway point. Led by Freight Air in 56-1. Second is Evil Vintage. Mr. Riley rounding the turn third. No Mo Fear has fourth. There goes all about the cash. Sent to the outside fifth. Sixth is Dr. Grenfell. Up on the outside seventh. That's Shadows Terror. Eighth is ABC and Big Bad Bruiser ninth. We're down to a quarter of a mile left to go. Freight Air the leader. Mr. Riley the challenger. Third up the rail, Evil Vintage. All about the cash. Second over fourth. 3/4 up in one. 25-4. Turning for home here. And Freight Air clinging to the lead. Mr. Riley challenging. All about the cash. Evil Vintage. Set the camera up here. We're going to need it. On the wire. Mr. Riley all about the cash. And Mr. Riley, they're in a photo finish. Time for the mile to close it out in 1:55 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the finale. Freight Air used that good early speed. So did the two Evil Vintage. They were duking it out early, getting up to the quarter, 27 and 4. Freight Air getting to the front for McPhee, 56 and 1 to the half, 125 and 4 to the 3/4. Big effort from the one here, Mr. Riley. And all about the cash as well. Raced really well here for Brady Sweet. He gets up in the final strides to nail it on the line. What a tight photo there in the finale. But the 4 does get the job done. The 1, Mr. Riley, second. The 3, Freight Air, third. The 2, Evil Vintage, fourth. And the 6 raced really well here for Hughes, rallying late to grab 5th place. So it's 4-1-3. 2-6 unofficially here for the Super High Five in the finale. And we'll see all about the cash and Sweet. They were the chalk favorite at 2-5. They'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
All about the cash in a photo finish to close it out tonight. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by all bets off. From the Yankee Cruiser Dam, it's all about the base. Owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, Leonard Doyle. They're also the breeders. Trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet will guide the horse to his 15th lifetime victory tonight. Time for the mile in 1:55 and a 1. All about the cash in the Super High Five. Now, the official results in the 14th, Mr. Riley was second. Evil Vintage fourth. Freight Air third. All About the Cash, the race winner. Dr. Grenfell was eighth. Shadow's Terror fifth. ABC was seventh. Big Bad Bruiser ninth. No Mo Fear sixth. 27 and 4. 56 and 1. 125 and 4. And the mile in 155 and 1. From the top, your program reads 243 185 796. All About the Cash paid $290. The Exactor $12.80, Triactor $33.80, the Late Daily Double $4.90, and the Super High Five returning $468.31. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Par Mutual handle went $133,223. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.